Y en sus alas Check. Check this.
India is one of the biggest can get our sector-wise filtered data to help them connect and expand their businesses. GIBF is the right international chamber where we connect you to the right business people, the right sector, the right city, the right country for your bright future. So, what are you waiting for? Join us and expand your business network. Become a part of the leading international business chamber, GIBF.
Eternal Father, bless our land. God.
Uruguay, a country to invest in.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone to please take a seat as the diplomats have arrived at the venue. Hello. I request everyone to please take a seat as the diplomats have arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with the event. I request everyone to please take a seat now. A very warm welcome to all of the dignitaries, businessmen and delegates to the India, Latin America and Caribbean Countries Business Conclave Edition 2, being held in the vibrant city of Hyderabad. This grand platform is organized by the Global India Business Forum, dedicated to promoting economic diplomacy, fostering bilateral trade and enabling powerful connections between global business leaders and dignitaries. GIBF has been instrumental in creating cross-border synergies between India and over 150 countries across the world, with a vision to turn trade into trust and connections into collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, we just got an update from the Governor's Protocol Office that he is going to be a little late and he will reach by 10:30. So we will move on to the next segment, that is the presentations. We are going to have business opportunity presentations by distinguished ambassadors and heads of missions from Latin American countries. This segment is designed to showcase mutual trade interests, emerging sectors, and cross-cultural collaborations between India and Latin America. We respectfully request all speakers to keep their presentations crisp as we aim to maximize focus on the interactive networking immediately after this session. Starting with Uruguay, a peaceful and innovation-driven economy with opportunities in IT, logistics, and agri-tech. Representing Uruguay is His Excellency Mr. Alberto Guani, Ambassador to India. He is also the Dean of RULAC countries. He has also previously served in Germany, Brazil, and various key multilateral missions. He is known for advancing Uruguay's diplomatic and cultural footprint globally. May I call upon Ambassador Guani to the stage now.
Good morning, everyone. I want to first congratulate the organizers of this event. It's my second time in one of them. The first one in Pune, I have been participating there too. And I think it is very important to reflect the importance of Latin America and the Caribbean, Jason, to all of India. Especially it is important for me as a country that comes very far from more than 15,000 kilometers and where we have developed a big industry that has to do with IT, where it's very much having to do with Hyderabad too. So many people do not know that Uruguay is the Silicon Valley of South America, where we have engaged with many companies to exploit the intelligence of our people and at the same time encourage this new development of our knowledge. And that's why I'm particularly satisfied to be here in Hyderabad. And I think the expressions of all my colleagues, which I have the privilege to be the coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean group here in India, will have a very important show and expressions about each one of their countries that are doing very important things here in India. Many of you will start knowing how advanced we are in that relationship, and at the same time, how we are wishing to, what it was said yesterday, that our regional group has a more important presence and at the same time influence in India. As you all know, generally, our region is trading with India for almost $50 billion, and we're expected to reach $100,000 billion by 2030. And we are working on that. We are very much engaged in making India get to know better our region. I am very thankful, we are all thankful to the Indian authorities that have started looking at our region by traveling to many of our countries. Most recently, we have had Minister Pavitra Margarita in Uruguay when we had the change of government the past 1st of March. And we have been told also that Minister Jaishankar is ready to visit the region again during this year. So, again, thank you very much. These are my introductory words. And I wish you all success and doing good contacts and enlarging that capacity of India to get closer to our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Just for an update, we will be having a formal inauguration once the governor arrives. So till then, we move on to the next country, that is Mexico. India's strategic partner in sectors like automotive, pharmaceuticals, and IT. Joining us is His Excellency Mr. Federico Salas Lotfe, Ambassador of Mexico to India, a seasoned diplomat with over 30 years of service, including postings to the US, UNESCO, Czech Republic, and Israel. May I call upon Ambassador Federico Salas to present Mexico's collaborative vision with India.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for inviting us. This is the second time that Mexico is participating in this event, the second of this event. And we're very happy to be here because it, of course, gives us a great opportunity to meet with the business community, the local business community of this city and some of the nearby states, and to be able to present some of the opportunities that exist in countries like Mexico. And as the ambassador of Uruguay just said, as coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean group, I think it's important that all of you become more and more aware of the many opportunities that Latin America represents for all of you as a place where your investments or your trade opportunities are growing, are there. There's an untapped wealth of opportunities that all of you should be aware of, and hopefully you'll be able to take advantage of them. In the case of Mexico specifically, where it comes to the opportunities that exist for India, let me say that we have been, fortunately, a popular destination for Indian investors due to the strategic location of Mexico and the competitive infrastructure that we have. Currently, the Indian investments that are in Mexico, which amount to this over 200 Indian companies that are based in Mexico in a broad range of sectors, going from pharmaceuticals, automotive, IT, steel, fertilizers, you name it. All of these investments, not only are they doing well, all of these companies, but some of them are expanding their presence in my country. And I think that this speaks very well of the opportunities, as I said, that exist for all of you as prospective investors to do business in Mexico. I should say also that Mexico is right now the 12th largest economy in the world, the 11th most populated country in the world, and we have launched recently a framework or a strategy, an economic strategy, in the face of many of the economic developments that are taking place nowadays, called the Plan Mexico, or the Roadmap Mexico, with the idea of bringing Mexico into the top 10 economies of the world by the end of this decade. And hopefully we'll be able to reach that. We think that we have very robust macroeconomic policies and are resilient against global risks, and hopefully, as I said, even with the turbulence that the world economy is going through now, we are expecting to have a moderate growth in the foreseeable future. As you well know, is over the news, our neighbor to the north and our biggest market has imposed trade barriers to most of the countries of the world. In the case of Mexico, I should say that we have been fortunate enough that because of the association that we have within the North American Free Trade region, all of those products that are within the context of this North American agreement will be exempt from tariffs. And one of the things that Mexico has been doing in the past weeks is precisely to try to get some of those businesses that are not yet within the area of the free trade agreement to move their into the umbrella of the free trade agreement, so they can be exempt from the tariffs that have been imposed to many countries in the world. So in that sense, I think we're confident that we remain a reliable partner for India, that we have shared interests that go beyond trade to culture, cooperation, and political understanding in a number of forums. Mexico, just to mention a few issues that will be of interest to you, we are the 4th largest producer of auto parts in the world. We're the largest exporter in the world of beer. Last night we had a chance to have some Corona beer at night here. We of tomato, chili peppers, berries, avocado, and tequila, amongst others. I should say, in the case of tequila, that India has become a very welcoming market to this drink from Mexico. In the past year, tequila consumption in India almost doubled. So we're very happy about that, and we hope that all of you here in India will continue drinking tequila, so that this product continues to be consumed here. We have, aside from the North America Free Trade Agreement, we have another 14 agreements with almost 50 countries, because that includes the European Union, which gives us access to a market about the size of 1.4 billion people, which is about the size of India itself. And I think that that's very important. Around $1.6 million US dollars circulate through the ports and highways of Mexico every minute. We are amongst the top 10 foreign direct investment recipients in the world. And of course, I think that with a strategic location, a competitive infrastructure, plus a domestic market that has a growing purchasing power, which I think is also very important for all of you to take into account. 1 in 7 of the middle-class people in Latin America is in Mexico, and we are happy to have a well-trained working force, which is one of our big competitive advantages, even in the face of the turbulent situation that is going on right now with the imposition of tariffs around by the United States of America. As I was saying before, we have launched a roadmap with this administration in order to transform the industrial base of Mexico. And as I said, our aim is to become one of the top 10 economies in the world with new industrial hubs in key industries such as electromobility, aerospace, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, and agribusiness. We are, not only do we have the privilege of hosting this, as I said, over 200 Indian companies in Mexico, but we also have a number of Mexican companies that are present here in India. By last count, we are the #1 Latin American investor in India, with some companies, many of which I'm sure you're familiar with, such as Cinépolis, the movie theaters, Kitsania, Orbia, and the bakery Bimbo, which is also present here in India. India right now is amongst our top 15 trading partners in Mexico, and we are, together with Brazil, some of the top main trading partners of India in Latin America. And trade continues to increase at a very rapid pace. In the last year, the trade between Mexico and India was around 8.6 billion US dollars. And we hope that this volume of trade will continue to grow in the foreseeable future. Among our trade, gold, petrochemicals, and data processing machines compose the majority of the exports from Mexico to India, and Mexico's imports from India includes mostly automobiles and auto parts, chemicals, manufacturing machinery, and textiles. So all in all, I think there are many opportunities that I hope all of you in the different sectors that you represent can take advantage of. We're going to be here today interacting with many of you. I am here with my colleague from the trade section of the Embassy of Mexico, Mr. Daniel Delgado, who is right here. So please approach me or Daniel, and we will be very happy to talk to you about the opportunities that exist for each one of your companies and for the sectors that you represent. And hopefully, you will be able to grow your business by taking the big step of coming to a country like Mexico and in general to the region of Latin America. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity to all of you, and I look forward to our interaction later on today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Our next presentation is from Peru, a nation deeply invested in mining, tourism, and now MSME collaboration and digital innovation. We welcome His Excellency Mr. Javier Manuel Polinich Velarde, Ambassador of Peru to India, with over 35 years of experience and a strong focus on international economic policy and regional development. May I invite His Excellency Ambassador Polinich to share Peru's economic and trade outlook.
Good morning, everybody. We are here with my colleague from Latin American Caribbean to explore some opportunities for the business community here in Hyderabad. I'm going to make a presentation now. First of all, in the case of Peru and India, is to that's a very interesting information. Peru is the oldest civilization in the Americas, 5,000 years old, and in a way this is quite similar to India, who we are aware of the Indus Valley civilizations of Harappa and other. In a way, these similar situations we share the millennial heritage. Both civilizations with over 5,000 years. This historical legacy connects us through a profound understanding of cultural and economic development. This is our context of our bilateral relation with India. About Peru, Peru has three completely different zones. We have the Amazon rainforest, we have the highlands, like with the Andes mountain, we have the coast. The Amazon forest is hot tropical weather with plenty of rain. The highlands dry and temperate weather with huge variation in temperatures during the day. And the coast, the northern section, sunny all year round. Central and southern section, temperature region with no rain, yet humid with plenty of cloud cover. And these three different zones reflect our goods and services in our economy. About our economy, we have a sustained economic growth over recent decades. Just some information. Single-digit inflation rate for the last 28 years. During last year, the inflation rate was 1.97. We have a stable exchange rate with the American dollar for the last 30 years. In a way, we have the stronger currency in the region. Our foreign exchange reserves, as you can see, is $85 billion. In proportional terms, it's the highest in Latin America if we have the proportion with the GDP. We don't have any external debt. And just to put a practical example, if you go to Peru, you can withdraw from the ATM our currency, sol, or any American dollars in any ATM throughout our territory without any limits. That means we have a very strong macroeconomic situation in Peru. If you can define Peru and its opportunities, I can say Peru is a mining country, a very strong mining country, and an agribusiness country as well. You can see, for instance, in copper, worldwide we are the second in Latin America and the second exporter of gold in the globe. Zinc, we are the first in Latin America and fourth worldwide. Silver, we have in Latin America, the first, well, sometimes Mexico, sometimes Peru, and worldwide, if not Mexico, it's Peru. If it is Peru, it's Mexico, the first and second. In lead, we have the second in Latin America and the fifth in the world. Tin as well, Latin American third and seventh worldwide. molybdenum, the first in Latin America, and worldwide the third. Gold, we are the second in Latin America and the eighth worldwide. In fact, our main good exported to India is gold. Last year, we sold $4 billion. Then you can have the demand in the world about minerals and metals. There is a great demand, especially lithium and copper with the energetic transition. These are our portfolio by the main extracted material: copper, 73%, gold, 9%, iron, 13%, silver, zinc, and phosphates, 6%. Another important information is that we have rare earth elements, or so-called rare minerals. Throughout our territory, we have neodymium and cerium, dysprosium, ytterbium, monazite, and xenostite. And these minerals have some concrete application in energy and mobility: neodymium and dysprosium, for instance, for magnets and electrical motors. In electronics, we have yttrium and europium, as well as in medical devices. And in aerospace and defense, scandium, for instance, and gadolinium. These all rare minerals we have it in Peru. The second potential that we have in our economy in terms of export and business opportunities is agribusiness. 20 years ago, Peru didn't exist in the map of agribusiness. Now we are the 8th country in the world, especially for fruits. For instance, I have some examples here. We are the top exporter of fresh blueberries, quinoa, asparagus, leeks, and fresh grapes. We are the second on processed giant squid, canned asparagus, fresh avocados, Amazonian nuts, and canned artichokes. And we are third in frozen giant squid, scallops, calcium, phosphates, frozen mangoes, mandarins, capsicums, and heart of palms. Thank you. We are fourth in fresh mangoes. Of course, the quality of the Indian mangoes is well proved, but we are near. Frozen trout fillets, molten wood, and boric acid. The sixth, flying fish eggs, frozen mackerel, turmeric, preserved olives, and evaporated milk. And the eighth in coffee, tiles, copper wires, cochineal, carmine, and fresh milk. Why you can invest with all guarantees in Peru? First of all, we have a clear legal framework for foreign investors. We don't have any discrimination between national investor and foreign investor. Both have the same rights and obligations. We guarantee the private property and free competition. We promote freedom to access internal and external credit, free capital transfers, that's quite important, freedom to acquire shares from other nationals, and restricted access to the most economic sectors. And we provide access to international dispute resolution mechanisms. Peru now, with its strategic location, is the center of South America and as the gateway to the Pacific Basin. The Port of Chancay, a key infrastructure project that is already inaugurated, strengthened this position by providing direct access to major international markets and boosting trade opportunities. In fact, this infrastructure is between South America to Asia. We already, with the inauguration of this mega port, the tariff has been discounted 20% and the distance shortened at least by 10 days. Finally, we are highly integrated economy into the world through multiple trade agreements. We have enforced all that you see in the screen, signed it, and negotiation. We are negotiated with India. We're in the 8th round of negotiation of a trade agreement with India, and we expect to finish this free trade agreement at the end of this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Our chief guest for the day has arrived, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma, sir, Governor of Telangana. Please give them a huge round of applause. We welcome you, sir. Now that our chief guests have arrived, we would like to start with the next segment. We once again welcome all of the dignitaries, businessmen and the delegates to the India, Latin America and Caribbean countries Business Conclave Edition 2 held in the vibrant city of Hyderabad. Today, we are deeply honored to be joined by esteemed ambassadors and high commissioners and diplomatic representatives from Latin American countries. Before proceeding ahead, I request everyone to please stand in attention for the national anthem. Everyone may please take a seat now. I request all of the dignitaries to please kindly come on the stage and take their seats. I would like to call upon Ms. Nehaja, IFS Regional Passport Officer and Head of MEA Branch, Telangana. Now I request all of the respected dignitaries to kindly come on stage and take their seats. His Excellency Alberto Iguani, Ambassador of Uruguay. His Excellency Mariano Agustin Causino, Ambassador of Argentina. His Excellency Juan Carlos Marslan Aguilera, Ambassador of Cuba. His Excellency Victor Hugo Evicheri Jaramillo, Ambassador of Colombia. His Excellency Fernando Buccelli, Ambassador of Ecuador. His Excellency Dharam Kumar Siraj, High Commissioner of Guyana. His Excellency Jason Hall, High Commissioner of Jamaica. His Excellency Federico Salas Lotfe, Ambassador of Mexico. His Excellency Javier Polinich, Ambassador of Peru. His Excellency Alonso Correa Miguel, Ambassador of Panama. His Excellency Arun Kumar Hardeen, Ambassador of Surinam. And also joining us, we have Ms. Arlette Gabriela Bustamante Garcia, Charge d'Affaires of Bolivia. Mr. Fernando Chavez, Charge d'Affaires, Dominican Republic. Mr. Steven Ramirez, Economic Counselor, Embassy of El Salvador. Mr. Wagner Antonis, Head of the Trade Division, Embassy of Brazil. And Mr. Juan Golnick, Minister Counselor, Embassy of Venezuela. Now, to officially commence this international forum, I invite on stage Dr. Jitendra Joshi, founder and global president of Global India Business Forum, to deliver the welcome address and share the vision and objectives of this grand conclave. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, Telangana and Hyderabad. I am Dr. Jitendra Joshi, the President of Global India Business Forum, and we are really happy that Global India Business Forum finally here in Hyderabad. First, I would like to say thank you to Governor of Telangana for accepting our invitation. Welcome you, sir. With him, actually, the MEA representative from Telangana, she is the head of MEA Telangana. I welcome you, ma'am. I also welcome all the ambassadors, high commissioners, diplomats from Latin America and Caribbean countries. Friends, India is the fastest growing economy now, and the mission of our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, that by 2047 that we will be a developed country. GIBF has started supporting that vision since 2014, and I am really happy to tell you all. We are the first organization in India. We are actually taking efforts that each and every corner of India, where India is such a vast country, it is like a continent and there is a huge potential all across India. So considering that, we identified the concept called G100 concept we identified, where the 100 countries across the world, where actually the untapped, unexplored potential is there. So we identified such 100 countries, around 24 for Africa, around 20 from Latin America and Caribbean. There are countries from Central Asia, or old USSR. There are countries from Gulf. And we started interacting with them, with their Chamber of Commerce for last 10 years, with the vision that our SME sector, specifically the small and medium sector of India, which is doing really well and contributing more than 55% for the exports of India. So there we started interacting with a lot of SMEs across India. And I'm really happy to tell you there are more than 97,000 members we connected in the short time of 8 years. So it is a great achievement what we did. Apart from that, we started interacting with each and every country where we found huge potential. And we started conducting the business conclave across India. Till now we conducted conclaves in the east, west, north, south, all the metro cities. I want to tell you, sir, even the 2-tier and 3-tier cities of India also we are asking our High Commissioner ambassadors to come. So I am really happy to tell you there are more than 28 smaller cities. We took around 38 High Commissioners there. and we are giving the platform for various countries that they should brief about the opportunities in their country. So today we are here to consider the best opportunity in the Latin America and Caribbean countries. This is a huge continent, and what we found is that in the BRICS, now you say the BRICS, the Brazil is the first country. So there we start in the Latin America and the Caribbean. There are a lot of untapped, unexplored potential is there, and GIBF is committed now with our members across India. We want to show them directions along with our High Commissioner, Ambassador, diplomats, various companies, those who are coming with a lot of expectations. So I think this is the time now India and Latin America, Caribbean countries should come together and make the new start. And we request all our businessmen from the SME sector that even though they feel the continent is too far, but this is the time, specifically when India is emerging as the big economy, maybe the third biggest economy in the world in the few years of time. I think this is our commitment from the SME sector that we should start interacting in more and more with the Latin American and Caribbean country. So this is the second edition. First edition, we have a very big achievement in Pune where we took, and this is the second edition. I think this is a great opportunity GIBF is presenting in front of all of you, and you should take the opportunity, interact with the High Commissioner, Ambassador, listen to them, their presentation, and then in the B2B session, we expect you to interact more, think about the more opportunities for the manufacturing segment and many other segments where the big opportunity lying ahead of you. So without taking much of your time, I welcome all of you once again and have a great day ahead, and I hope the potential is there for the next few hours for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. We now move on to the felicitation of our esteemed chief guest. May I request Dr. Jitendra Joshi, founder and global president, GIBF, and Mrs. Dipali Gadkari, Secretary General, GIBF, to kindly felicitate our chief guest for today, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma, sir, Honorable Governor of Telangana. Thank you, sir. Our next chief guest for the day is Ms. Nehaja, IFS Regional Passport Officer and Head of Ministry of External Affairs Branch, Telangana. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, we request Shri Jishnu Dev Varma, Honorable Governor of Telangana, and Ms. Nehaja, IFS, to kindly felicitate our distinguished diplomats. Starting with Uruguay, His Excellency Alberto Iguani, Ambassador of Uruguay. Next is His Excellency Mariano Agustin Causino, Ambassador of Argentina. His Excellency Juan Carlos Marslan Aguilera, Ambassador of Cuba. His Excellency Victor Hugo Evicheri Jaramillo, Ambassador of Colombia. Next is His Excellency Fernando Bucelli, Ambassador of Ecuador. His Excellency Dharam Kumar Siraj, High Commissioner of Guyana. His Excellency Jason Hall, High Commissioner of Jamaica. His Excellency Federico Salas Lotfe, Ambassador of Mexico. His Excellency Federico Salas Lotfe, Ambassador of Mexico. His Excellency Javier Polinich, Ambassador of Peru. His Excellency Alonso Correa Miguel, Ambassador of Panama. His Excellency Arun Kumar Hardeen, Ambassador of Surinam. Next, we have with us our lead Gabriela Busmante Garcia, Charge d'Affaires of Bolivia. Next is Fernando Chavez, Charge d'Affaires, Dominican Republic. Next, we have Steven Ramirez, Economic Counselor, Embassy of El Salvador. Next, we have Wagner Antunes, Embassy of Brazil. Next, we have Juan Goldnick, Embassy of Venezuela. Let us applaud their tireless efforts to strengthen India-LAC ties. Please, let's give them a huge round of applause. Now comes a proud moment. the unveiling of the special edition of Business Tycoons magazine, curated exclusively for this conclave. I invite all dignitaries on stage to join us in this unveiling. Can we please give them the magazines? Can I please request the dignitaries, can we please stand and have a group photograph with the magazine? So the Business Tycoons magazine is a prestigious publication that showcases trailblazing entrepreneurs, economic business leaders, global diplomats, and their success stories. This special edition is for the India, Latin America, and Caribbean countries highlights collaborative ventures, opportunities for bilateral trade, and a shared vision for growth and prosperity. I request all the dignitaries, they can please take a seat now. Next, we move on to the felicitation of the title sponsors and the award winners. I request our honorable chief guest for the day, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma, sir, Governor of Telangana, to please felicitate our title sponsors. Starting with Leelavati Hospital and Research Center as the best medical tourism hospital. Leelavati. A big thanks to Leelavati Hospital for their support. Next, we have Dr. G. Shaktivel for the Excellent Achievement Award for the Best Philanthropist in Social Welfare. Dr. G. Shaktivel. Next, we have Rajesh Agarwal, Managing Director, TRB Group, for the Excellence in Global Business Expansion Award. Next, we have Mr. Krishna, Managing Director, Smart Choice Education Consultancy, as the Emerging Business Icon Award. Next, we have Sumit Hansrajani, founder, Azuline International FZ LLE, as the Self-Made Man of the Year. Next, we have Cowboy Sofas for the excellence in bespoken Italian leather sofas. This award is to be received by Sudha Nimagada. Next, we have Dr. Rajeshwari Vemanna. Dr. Rajeshwari Vemanna ma'am is getting her award for Best Contribution to Medical Sciences. Can we please give a huge round of applause to all our award winners, please? Next, we have scientist Dr. R.S. Gajendran, Excellence Achievement Awards for Spiritual Guru and Medical Scientist. Next, we have Vishambar Garg for the Excellence Award in Best Manufacture of Non-Woven Fabrics. Thank you so much, sir. You can please take a seat now. Now, I request Ms. Nehaja, IFS Regional Passport Officer. We have one more award by the hands of Governor Sir, that is Vishambar Garg, Excellence Award in Best Manufacturer of Non-Woven Fabrics. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Ms. Nehaja, IFS Regional Passport Officer and Head of Ministry of External Affairs Branch, Telangana, to address the gathering.
Honorable Governor of Telangana, ambassadors from Latin America and Caribbean, esteemed members of the Global India Business Forum, representatives of industry, startups, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is my distinct honor to represent the Ministry of External Affairs at this dynamic platform, the Latin India Caribbean Conclave, hosted by the Global India Business Forum. This forum could not have come at a more relevant time. As we speak of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat 2047, it is increasingly evident that India's growth story must evolve through international partnerships, and among them, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds immense untapped promise. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's engagement with the LAC region has expanded significantly. Our 17 diplomatic missions across the region and frequent high-level visits have actively worked to enhance economic ties by organizing business forums and trade delegations, facilitating trade agreements, supporting Indian investments in sectors such as IT, mining, and pharmaceuticals, and strengthening people-to-people connections through cultural and educational exchanges. These efforts are definitely translating into results. In fact, the bilateral trade reached almost $35.73 billion in 23-24, with both exports and imports showing robust growth. And now, this is the time which is very ripe for industries, especially India's small and medium enterprises, to step in and seize the opportunities. Friends, this conclave today is more than an event. It's a gateway for companies, particularly SMEs from across India, to explore new markets, discover investment opportunities, and engage in meaningful dialogue with ambassadors and stakeholders from the LAC region. From agriculture and pharmaceuticals to digital finance, critical minerals, and green energy, the LAC region offers a spectrum of sectors where Indian innovation can meet Latin American resources. There is vast scope for collaboration in areas like healthcare, renewables, food processing, mobility, and infrastructure. India has the market and scale, while LAC nations bring strength in natural resources and strategic geographic presence. Together, this can definitely be a win-win alliance. This is particularly important for our SMEs, who are often first to innovate, but the last to internationalize. In this context, leveraging emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and data analytics can be a true game changer. These tools are no longer the tools of big businesses or large enterprises. Today, even small enterprises can use AI to gain customer insights, optimize supply chains, localize products for new markets, and improve digital marketing, all with limited resources but great impact. India's own digital public infrastructure, including UPI and Aadhaar-enabled platforms, has shown how scalable, inclusive tech can empower the grassroots. SMEs can similarly adopt AI-powered tools for predictive analytics, product development, and efficient logistics, making them more competitive in global markets, including those in LAC. Platforms like these created by the GIBF through its global councils, sector-specific business forums, and MOUs with international chambers can be the bridge between the Indian enterprise and global opportunity. It is time for business community to leverage this platform, not just for trade, but for building long-term partnerships. With initiatives like Partner India, UPI-based fintech models, Jan Aushadhi frameworks in healthcare, India is ready to share what has worked for us for mutual benefit and sustainable development. Dear friends, I believe our ambitious goal of 100 billion by the year 27-28 is well within reach, with persistent engagement, shared resolve, and forums like today's conclave. Let us continue to work together to ensure that India and LAC region not only trade and invest together, but grow and prosper together. I thank the Global India Business Forum for bringing this vision to life, and I wish all the participants fruitful discussions, impactful collaborations, and successful outcomes. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I invite our chief guest, Honorable Jishnu Dev Varma, sir, Governor of Telangana, to share his keynote remarks.
Namaskar. On the dais, Ms. Nehaja, IFS, Head of MEA Branch, Telangana. Dr. Jitendra Joshi, Founder and Global President, GIBF. Distinguished Honorable Ambassadors, High Commissioners and Diplomats of Latin America and Caribbean countries. Esteemed guests, participants and award winners, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to have an honor to speak at the second edition of the India, Latin America and Caribbean countries Business Conclave. I warmly welcome all of you to the state of Telangana. This gathering reflects the growing relationship between India and the Latin America and Caribbean region and our shared interest in trade, innovation and sustainable development. I appreciate the Global India Business Forum, GIBF, for organizing this event. GIBF plays a key role in promoting businesses across countries and helping them connect with embassies and consulates in over 150 nations. My compliments to Dr. Jitendra Joshi, the founder and global president, and Ms. Deepavali Gadkari, the Secretary General, for their leadership in building GIBF into a strong platform that supports global economic partnerships. India is at an exciting stage in its growth journey. With a strong economy, rich culture, and skilled workforce, India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The government of India is working to transform India into a developed country by 2047 through economic reforms, technology, social development, and good governance, led by Shri Narendra Modi ji, our Honorable Prime Minister. Telangana is playing a major role in this transformation. With its strong infrastructure, supportive policies, and the talented youth, Telangana has become a leading destination for technology and business. Hyderabad is now a major global hub for information technology, biotechnology, and pharmaceuticals. We invite Latin American and Caribbean businesses to explore opportunities in Telangana. The government has created a business-friendly environment with clear policies, startup support, and focus on sustainability. India and the Latin American and Caribbean regions may be far apart geographically, but our development paths are similar. Both regions are investing in modern infrastructure, human capital, and inclusive growth. LAC countries have rich natural resources and diverse markets. India offers expertise in technology, a large consumer base, and youthful population. This conclave is a great platform to strengthen our economic ties. I urge business leaders and policymakers to explore not only trade, but also joint ventures, research, collaborations, and people-to-people exchanges. Telangana's economy is now the 9th largest in India, with a gross state domestic product of 16.5 trillion, that is roughly about US 190 billion, and a per income of 3.9 lakhs. The state is also rich in heritage and tourism, featuring places like Warangal Fort, Charminar, Ramappa Temple, and the Falaknuma Palace. Apart from business, cultural and educational exchanges can build deeper relationships between our people. We must grow together, not just in trade, but in mutual understanding and shared values. This event will inspire entrepreneurs from Telangana and beyond to think globally. I also appreciate the GIBF's efforts in supporting government initiatives to encourage SMEs, startups, and in building strong industry-government relations. I recently read the Business Tycoon magazine and was happy to see inspiring stories of business leaders. It is an excellent source of entrepreneurs worldwide. I wish the India-LAC Business Conclave great success and hope it leads to fruitful partnerships and new beginnings. My best wishes to GIBF and all participants for the future. There is a Shanti mantra or peace mantra in the Krishna Yajura Veda, which means may we be protected together, may we be nourished together, may we work with strength and energy, may our learning be bright and united, never with hatred. This spirit of unity and cooperation is as essential as India and LAC countries come together to build a better future. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Telangana.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. Now I would like to call upon Mrs. Dipali Gadkari, Secretary General GIBF, to give the vote of thanks.
I would like to thank Honorable Governor for his presence and his insight. I thank Snehaja Ma'am, IFS, Head of MEA Telangana, for her presence. I thank all the High Commissioners, Ambassadors and Diplomats for their presence. I request everyone to please join us for the National Anthem.
Janagana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Ujjala Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Bharat Mata Ki. I request everyone to please be seated. And I request all the High Commissioners and Ambassadors to join Honorable Governor for one-on-one meeting, which we have made the arrangement in the just opposite hall. Thank you so much. I request everyone to please just don't move from their seats till Governor is. We are going to continue with our conclave, and I request our anchor, Ms. Aishwarya, to take over.
Now let us start with the next business opportunity presentations. Our next presentation is from Venezuela, rich in energy resources and seeking strategic cooperation in technology and educational sectors. Representing Venezuela today is Mr. Juan Golnick, Minister Counselor at the Embassy of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in India. We welcome Mr. Golnick to share his country's perspective. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I want to express my gratitude and the gratitude of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the embassy in New Delhi, particularly my ambassador, Ms. Capaya Rodriguez Gonzalez. She was not able to be here today, and express our gratitude to the Global Indian Business Chamber, GIBF, and to be present here in the India, Latin American, and the Caribbean countries business conclave. So I have a presentation. Yeah. This is Bolivia, it's not Venezuela, so please. Okay. Well, yes, this is. Venezuela has been well known worldwide, suffered an illegal blockade as a result of the unilateral coercive measures that were imposed by the United States for the only reason of exercising their sovereign right to choose their own path for its development, violates international law, disrupts the international rules, and impacts the world trade. Now, the United States government, continuing its campaign against Venezuela, approved a new tax among the wave of new taxes imposed on all countries in the world, including its allies, as the ambassador of Mexico mentioned before, on countries that purchase oil and gas from Venezuela. The Venezuelan people are resilient, as they have proven in the most difficult situation they have endured, and they will emerge victorious again from this new aggression. as they have done before. Despite all the efforts to bend us, Venezuela has managed to return to the path of growth and experience positive increases in its GDP in recent years, higher than other countries in the region according to different international organizations. That said, I want to emphasize that for some time now, Venezuela has offered many opportunities to international trade, both for the export of goods and services and for the development of productive activities, where the climate, vegetation, natural resources and minerals, as well as a thriving and diverse industrial park, are available for those investors and entrepreneurs with a highly productive vocation who are looking for favorable markets for investment and production. Well, counting with 916,445 square kilometers of multi-purpose fertile lands and islands territories, Venezuela is a country of great potential for primary production, like food, mining, oil, and transformative, assembly companies, chemical, technological, textile, plastic, automotive, tourism, among others. From the perspective of commercial geostrategy, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, blessed with natural wealth, minerals, and a privileged location, represents the gateway to the American continent, offering international trade and a robust logistic infrastructure that allows connectivity for the transit of goods by air, land, and sea from the world to the regional markets of the Caribbean Sea, as well as Central, South, and North America. Likewise, this unparalleled location and complete infrastructure also makes the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela a very profitable strategic enclave for foreign direct investment by facilitating the positioning of its products both within the territory and in neighboring markets. In terms of trade and investment, we have great potential in the oil and gas, petcoke, and steel, wood, petrochemical, and agricultural product sectors, among many others. I will quickly show you our main exportable products. This is some of the products that we have, like crocker, red snapper, crab, sesame, shrimp, green mung bean, cocoa beans, cocoa butter, cocoa liquor, chocolate bar, green coffee beans, granulate urea, methanol, propanol, coal, pine wood, saman, which is named also rain tree, wood, teak, steel billet, steel ingots. Well, these are only some of them. I got to continue with some explanation about the conditions for invest in Venezuela. Venezuela has a great economic and commercial potential with valuable natural and energy resources, among which is proven oil reserves that exceed 300 billion barrels of crude oil stand out. Natural gas with 201,593 million cubic feet, mining area with 110,000 square kilometers, representing 3% of the world's supply, including the second biggest gold mine and certified deposit of more than 40 strategic minerals. Petcoke, coltan, coal, manganese, iron, copper, bauxite, magnesite, chrome, diamond, granite, phosphate, limestone, feldspar, gypsum, kaolin, among others. Venezuela has the 9th world reserve of fresh water and one of the largest hydroelectrical systems in the world, the Simón Bolívar hydroelectric complex, with an installed generation capacity of more than 10,000 megawatts, ideal for the establishment of companies and industrial development, allowing them to operate with natural, economical, and non-polluting energy, non-dependent on carbon. Among his greater productive wealth, there are more than 30 million arable hectares, 17 million for livestock production, the world's largest planted forest of 250,000 hectares, 300,000 hectares suitable to sow bamboo, and thousands of plant species between tropical, rainy, and dry forests, shrublands, grasslands, and mangroves, thanks to its multiple habitats including jungle, mountain, plains, and the Caribbean coast. Venezuela, I got to press this also. Sorry for this. Just a minute. Venezuela is an interesting and attractive destiny for recreation, innovation, development, and global productive chain. Its coastal location gives easy access to multimodal transport of products and commodities, being a strategic Caribbean market and the most dynamic border in Latin America. The port of La Guaira is a strategic enclave for connections to the Caribbean, Central and South America, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. In the same way, he has tariff and commercial preferences that favor exports to markets of great commercial activity, lowering import costs with a single window on trade system. Both the government and the private sector of Venezuela have the focus on the same objective, that of promoting international investment and increasing non-oil exports, for which they promote meetings with their foreign peers in order to offer opportunities in the country and products for foreign markets. The big bet is to promote special economic zones, delimited areas which offer tax incentives, like you know. You have many here in India, where they have invited countries, including the BRICS countries, to invest in different sectors. The government continues pioneering the creation of a commercial and productive integration route worldwide with the aim of expanding the international markets reached by Venezuelan production. After that, it has been strengthening commercial ties and promoting business roundtable with other nations, building bridges to benefit the economies of the parties. Active in the international dynamics of multilateral, regional, and integration organization, Venezuela has a wide map of trade agreements with Central and South America, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world, including a wide network of agreements to avoid double taxation, concluded in matters of income tax, international transportation, as well as agreements signed on the protection and promotion of investment. In relation to the corporate structure, investment modality and operation that can be considered by national and foreign investors, commercial legislation provides various commercial forms that can be evaluated for the purpose of structuring, capital raising, and expansion of operation, depending on the particularities of the business or project. In addition, there are different forms of business organization in Venezuela. In summary, Venezuela, as our President Nicolás Maduro Moros has emphasized, is open to the future and has the firm willingness to work together with the friend governments of India, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and many others to strengthen and diversify economic and commercial relations that results in the well-being of our people. To carry out actions in the proposed direction, we believe that it is necessary to build a new financial architecture that is not an obstacle to trade, but on the contrary, facilitates and promotes it. The CAF, which is the Corporación Andina de Fomento, as the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, could create feasible alternatives through cooperation with India or with the BRICS Bank and promote trade. As mentioned previously, we will continue to propose moving forward in the signing of trade agreements and investment protection treaties that define a favorable legal framework and promote investment, as well as the organization of roundtable platform for business meetings and business conferences. All of the above is a sample of the export-oriented production potential with its own natural resources, structural elements, and geographical advantage that allow harmonious development, taking advantage of the highly qualified human talent that highlights Venezuela among the countries of the region. The following Venezuelan agencies are always available to those who require further information on the possibilities. I got to put it here. This one. These two important agencies are the International Center for Productive Investment, CIIP, and the Venezuelan Export Promotion Agency, Venexporta. The ambassador of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela will be very pleased to meet with all interested parties at the diplomatic mission in Delhi to directly connect them with these two relevant Venezuelan government institutions. Gracias. Thank you very much. We go to show now a video about Venezuela tourism.
What invites us to dream? What makes us fight? What makes us believe in the future? Share dreams that are a reality. We are open. to the ones that take us to the highest, to the awakening of the deep abundance, to the visions that reveal opportunities. We are open, like windows that see horizons, like books that imagine stories to be written, like the strong and warm arms of our youth. We are to opportunities, to our siblings, to keep believing in this world. Open to the future.
Thank you so much, Golnik sir. Definitely Venezuela is very beautiful and we will visit there soon. Next, we shift our focus to Bolivia, a diverse and resource-rich nation with immense opportunity in mining, agriculture and culture-based trade. Representing Bolivia is Mr. Christian Virel Duran, Civil Attaché, Ministry of Bolivia, who brings his strong background in international commerce, public policy and cooperation for development. We welcome him to share Bolivia's roadmap for business collaboration. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, all members of Global India's Business Forum, different companies who are present here today. As the Embassy of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, we want to present our country profile and investment opportunities. This presentation is really short. It's divided in 3 steps, and the main one is an overview of Bolivia, because yesterday night we have a short dinner with many of you, and we're asking where exactly it's located. Well, Bolivia is the country that is exactly in the center of South America, and that's beneficial in many senses. Why? Because you are around 5 countries, who are Peru, Chile, Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina. It means the potential of investments in Bolivia helps you to redistribute in all those other countries. Bolivia's capital is the highest city all around the world. It's the only city with, I don't know, really potential Olympic gamers, and including soccer players, as Messi never been able to win a game because the altitudes generate some complexities. On the other side, we have a lot of Ayurveda products. One of the main ones is the coca leaf. The ones who consume coca leaves helps you to be comfortable in the altitudes of Bolivia, and we promote that natural medicine to all our first tourist visitors. Bolivia, as being in the center, has one quality also, that is, we can be part of different markets. On the left side, we are part of the CAN, that is the Andean community, and we share trade agreements with Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela. And on the other side, we are also members of the Mercosur, that help us to have preferential trade access with Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Argentina. And this is special because not other countries are in both sides at the same time. Finally, and really important, is that Bolivia, since this 1st of January 2025, is also a partner associate of the BRICS. Bolivia gross domestic product, GDP, is around 42 billion, and mainly all of them is invested in mining investment, and gas exports are strong drivers. As I was saying, minerals or minings are one of the main ones. I'm going to start with gold, because the product that Bolivia exports more to India is gold. Gold is the second mining sector in Bolivia since 2023, exported 54 tons. That it's generating approximately 2,500 million directly and 60 million in taxes and royalties. India, as I said, is the first market, and interesting, the second one is United Arab Emirates, that all of you know mainly are led by Indian companies also. The production model is organized as cooperatives. I'm not gonna stop in this, but it facilitates to all the potential investors because the private sector has, I've been saying, these tax facilities when they start interactions with the cooperatives. So in the gold sector, I'm going to present in advance, but Bolivia exports 17 times more than what Indian exports to Bolivia, and that's a potential open market. For that reason, focus on gold. On the other side, on the negative one, many of you know what's Jindal Steel. Jindal Steel is a bit bad experience we had like 2 decades ago. Why? Because in 2007 we signed an agreement that says that they had to invest approx 600 million to produce iron ore. Happens that for different reasons, mainly one, in 2014, Jindal was focused by the Central Bureau of Investigation for a filed case of more than 400 crores regarding irregular permission for construction of coal expansion. And Jindal was so focused on defense themselves here for that case that they stopped the production of our steel in our country and was not in the capacity to complete that investment. For that reason, they presented mutual a case in the International Court of Arbitration, in the International Chamber of Commerce, and the court decided that Bolivia was right and the investments of Jindal was not complete, and for that they had to pay certain penalty. This is a really few and bad experience we had. However, apart of that, on the other side, we have really beneficial and nice experience that I'm going to start presenting now. Bolivia, years back, 100 years back, the main potential of Bolivia was silver. After that, we moved to gold. And nowadays, the main mineral in Bolivia is lithium. Bolivia is part of the lithium triangle that is composed by Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. And the amount of lithium that is in this territory is the huge one in the world. It's located in also one of our main tourist places, which is the Uyuni salt flat. And in Uyuni, the deposit lifetime of all this lithium we have, it's for more than 97 years of lithium carbonate, 115 years of potassium chloride, 118 years of potassium sulfide. Bolivia has approx an estimate of 4.6 million tons of lithium and 77.9 millions of tons of potassium. All this in Bolivia is particularly special because, at difference of other countries, it's all in hands of Yacimientos del Litio Boliviano, that is a national strategic public company. A public company that in October 2019 received the National Institution for Transforming India, NITI-AYOG, who visited Bolivia. So since that day, 2019, India is being focused and attracted of lithium of Bolivian exports. In advance of that, in November 2022, the Telangana State Mineral Development Corporation and ELB started negotiations. What happened after this is that one Hyderabad company went to Bolivia. Those are Almin Private Limited, and they signed in November 2023 an agreement for a pilot plant for producing cathode active minerals. And that's an advance for India and especially for Hyderabad. That plant, of course, started recently. I'm speaking about 1.5 years ago, but this is in the process, and we expect that till the end of the year, it's going to be presented. This is a short picture of the process of what we are planning and where we're producing nowadays. The lithium is focused by the potassium salts on agriculture. We are exporting a lot, but on the other side, we are planning till the 2030 be in the capacity of export all these lithium-ion batteries for electric vehicles and for phones. other opportunities of investment in Bolivia, as I was saying previously, you can see that in 2013 and 14, the Indian exports were 53 million and Bolivia only used to export 2 million. By the year 2021, 22, and a step advanced previously, is that Bolivia nowadays is exporting 2,072 million, and India 117. It means that Bolivia is exporting approximately 17 times higher, and it's opened the opportunity to go and invest in our country. Finally, the Indian pharmaceuticals approx nowadays are part of 35% of all the medicine that is consumed in Bolivia. To conclude this presentation, it's important to me that says that this is our bicentenary of independence of Spain. For that reason, 2025 is a mainly year. I said 1st of January, the first day of this year, we became member associate of the BRICS. Apart of that, during the last 2 months, many things have been advancing. Let me tell you, the opening of the Embassy of India in Bolivia. We opened our embassy 15 years ago here in Delhi. We were expecting that as a way of being reciprocal, India was doing the same, and this year it's already complete. The new ambassador, Mr. Rohit Kumar, arrived to Bolivia a month ago. He already presented his credential letters, and it's accompanied by other 5 diplomats who nowadays are living there and in the process of opening and building their own mission there. Our Minister of External Affairs visited India 2 weeks ago. It's for the first time in the history since your independence that one Minister of External Affairs of Bolivia visited India, and this is a way to show all of you that our bilateral relations are growing, and this is the main year for that. In 2022 was International Year of Millets. All of you know that was a proposal of India in United Nations. And in 2024 was the International Year of Camelids, that Bolivia, with one country more, were the ones who put that in the agenda, and it's helping us to export a lot of llama meat, textiles of camelids, between others. Finally, I was saying, this year it's running so fast, and 3 new memorandum of understandings has been signed in the first trimester of this year. One is the MOU of Joint Commission, one is a cultural agreement, but the main one for the potential investors in India is the quick impact projects. That means that Indian companies are going to have certain facilities to go and invest with the funds that these projects has during this and the next 4 years. You will find, we are going to distribute our personal cards, but there you will find some QR code where you have all the list of offer. I was focused more in the mineral resources during this presentation, but we have a long catalog of all the agricultural and textile products that we have to expand to India, and we are going to, me and our head of mission, Madam Arlette Bustamante, we are going to be able to facilitate all this and ask some questions about potential products as Amazonian nuts, quinoa, and many others. With that, thank you so much. Dhanyabad Bharat, Dhanyabad Dosto.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next country is Brazil, one of the largest economies in Latin America, rich in agribusiness, infrastructure, and innovation. Representing Brazil is a distinguished diplomat with vast experience, Mr. Wagner Antunes from the Embassy of Brazil. I now invite him to present Brazil's business engagement plans with India. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. We just had a very pleasant interaction with the state governor at this moment. During the last 18 months, since I arrived here and since the ambassador arrived in India, we've received a total of 65 missions representing business interests from Brazil to India, and also a sizable number of missions from India to Brazil. So that's unheard of. The moment is ripe. And I would like to discuss very briefly with you how we see Telangana engaging in this process. Brazil looks at Telangana and sees a very dynamic state, fast growing, diversified, very strong in some particular sectors, and also with a very skilled workforce. So if you put these elements together, it's only natural that Telangana plays a much larger role in this moment of strengthening partnership between Brazil and India. There are many sectors that could be explored, and I would be happy to discuss at length with each of you after this, during the interactive session or during pool asides. But I would just like to highlight two of them, given that they are both very strong sectors here in this state. The first is pharma, of course. The pharmaceutical sector answers for the largest number of Brazilian companies operating in Brazil today. And many of these companies are here from this state. Some have their distribution networks in Brazil, some are manufacturing in Brazil, some are doing research and development in Brazil. We all know that India is the pharmacy of the world. Something that not everyone knows is that Brazil and India were very close partners defending generic medicines in the world stage. When generics were first launched around the world, Brazil and India were the two main forces driving the generic medicines idea. So we both have experience with that. We both have a strong commitment with generic medicaments. Brazil also has a strong pharma industry base. So the opportunities for cooperation, not only on manufacturing, but also on research and development are manifold. We would like to see more Indian companies go into Brazil. We would also like to bring Brazilian pharma companies here to learn from the expertise of India Pharma. And one other aspect related to pharma industry that is very important to mention is that Brazil has a universal healthcare system, which mandates not only healthcare per se, but also medicine access to the entire population for free. And that makes Brazil one of the Brazilian government, one of the largest world purchasers of medicine. And of course, as you all might imagine, pharma companies that are already established in Brazil or operating in Brazil have a leg up in these procurement procedures. So that's a very strong reason that is bringing pharma companies from around the world and from India to Brazil. And another aspect related to that is that Brazil has been implementing a succession of very pro-business reforms in its administrative system and its legal system. And the most recent of these reforms has been the tax reform. It was a very all-encompassing tax reform that is very similar to what happened with GST here in India. And this tax reform, once fully implemented, will position Brazil very strongly in a very competitive place as an export platform to the rest of the region. So those are just some of the reasons that make cooperation in the pharma sectors between our two countries natural. And the second area that I would like to mention is IT. Telangana, of course, is also very strong in IT. We already have the pleasure of having a big Brazilian IT company operating here in Telangana, in many other states in India, but also here in Telangana. There are many Indian IT companies already established in Brazil, none from Telangana so far, but we're hoping that might change soon. And when it comes to IT, not many people think of technology when they think of Brazil. That doesn't come naturally to most people who don't know the country well. But actually, Brazil has a very strong and fastly growing knowledge base in IT in many important sectors. Fintech, Brazil is extremely strong in fintech, in agri-tech, and now in the emerging area of artificial intelligence, which might be surprising to some. There's a recent study from IBM that shows that São Paulo, the largest city in Brazil, is now the 24th largest city for artificial intelligence research in the world. For comparison, here in India, Bangalore is the best positioned city, is in the 23rd position. And then there are other Indian companies that also, Indian states that are also part of the list. From the same IBM study shows that from the 5 most promising artificial intelligence companies in the world, 2 are from Brazil. Brazilian technology is booming. It's going beyond those niche sectors that we've always excelled in. And we are eager to partner with India, which is already a powerhouse in the sector, and especially with the state of Telangana, to see how we can move forward and contribute to each other for the strength of our economies. As I mentioned, I will be here all day, and I would be more than happy to engage with each and every one of you to discuss at length this and other issues of your interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next presentation will be from the Republic of Argentina, a country known for its robust agriculture, lithium reserves, and emerging tech collaboration potential with India. We are honored to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mariano Agustin Causino, Ambassador of Argentina to India, a seasoned diplomat, lawyer, historian, and author, who has previously served as Ambassador to Israel and Costa Rica, and is currently the patron of the Indo-Argentina Film and Cultural Forum. May I invite His Excellency Ambassador Mariano Causino to kindly take the stage and present Argentina's vision for Indo-Latin American collaboration. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Let me thank the government of Telangana, and let me thank especially Mr. Hoji, Chairman of the Global International Business Forum, for inviting me, among my colleagues, to address this second edition of the India, Latin American and Caribbean countries Business Conclave. As you know, as many of our countries, in the case of Argentina, we have celebrated the 75th anniversary of our bilateral relationship. And I would like to express that even when I just arrived to this great country 9 months ago, I was able to witness the amazing opportunities arising our relations. We also have witnessed India's great achievements. Having become the world's 5th largest economy, India stands as the fastest growing democracy in Asia and probably in the whole world. We have great admiration for the high values and principles for which India stands, most of whom are shared by Argentina and most of our countries. As I was saying, this year India and Argentina celebrate the 75th anniversary of their bilateral relations, and we also celebrate the 5th anniversary of the strategic relationship, which has been very fruitful and reflected in the number of visits between our countries. Argentina and India work together in the G20, and we observe the G20 as a meaningful platform to address those issues that call for global solutions, such as terrorism, cybercrime, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and the persistence of poverty. We also thank India for its historical support in the Malvinas question in the international forums. And as I was mentioning, we share common values regarding democracy, freedom, and respect for human dignity. In the field of culture, relations between Argentina and India are strong and even predate the establishment of diplomatic relations. Indeed, 100 years ago, in 1924 and 1925, Rabindranath Tagore visited our country and stayed for 2 months as a guest of the renowned Argentine writer Victoria Ocampo. Also, tango and polo are two elements that combine the relations between our two countries. In other hand, Argentina is full of great practitioners of yoga, and the International Yoga Day is celebrated massively in Buenos Aires, in all the country, and in many other countries of our region. In terms of defense, bonds between the two countries have been strengthened through collaboration in the realm of defense and military strategies. Both armed forces have long enjoyed a relationship based on shared experience and mutual support, and collaboration in a range of activities, exchange of experience in mountains, in Aconcagua in our country, and in the Himalayan. It is in the economic field that I am pleased to highlight the remarkable progress of our bilateral trade between our countries. With a total volume reaching $5 billion, Argentina has solidified its position as leading supplier of soybean oil to the Indian market and the third largest provider of sunflower oil. In recent years, Argentina and India have been marked a significant milestone in mining. The province of Catamarca in the north of Argentina is now hosting Indian firms that are not only exploring lithium, but also showing interest in copper and gold. These investments are particularly important as India advances its electrical vehicles, aiming to secure a resilient and diversified supply chain for critical minerals essential for various industries in India. Our bilateral relations extend beyond the political and commercial spheres. The commitment of our private sector is evident with examples such as Argentina IT company Globant, based in Pune, and UPL Group with facilities in Argentina. In terms of energy, I am happy to convey Argentina's CEO of IPF, the largest company of gas and petrol in Argentina, has visited twice India in the last months. And there is a possibility due to the development that is taking place in Vaca Muerta, in the Patagonia, as Argentina competing as a reliable energy supplier for India. The last I would like to mention is that, as you know, Argentina is part of Mercosur with Brazil, Uruguay, and Paraguay, and we are all part of Mercosur. Since its origin in 1991, Mercosur has been based on the principles of democracy and economic development, and in this regard, Mercosur and India concluded a preferential trade agreement in 2004, which has been in force since 2009. And grants preferences to 452 Indian products and 400 Mercosur products. But the current agreement does not meet the level of ambition that both Mercosur countries and India expect. We greatly appreciate India's intention to expand our preferred trade agreements. An initial informal contact or meeting this year between Mercosur and India could lead to intensify efforts to explore areas for expanding the preferential agreement that would generate benefits. We also welcome India's promise of having a sitting embassy in each of the countries of our region. Among all the before mentioned, we are convinced that these great opportunities arising in the relations between India and Argentina and India and Latin American and Caribbean countries are so great that make me very hopeful about these ties between our countries. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Next country presentation that we're going to have is Colombia. Colombia is one of Latin America's largest economies, known for its biodiversity, sustainable coffee, and clean energy transitions. The country is a key player in agri-tech innovation. Representing Colombia is His Excellency Mr. Victor Hugo Evicheri Jaramillo. His Excellency is the Ambassador of Colombia in India, a seasoned diplomat focused on economic diplomacy and bilateral trade. May I invite His Excellency Mr. Victor Hugo Evicheri Jaramillo to address the gathering. His Excellency is outside, he is networking. So we will continue with the presentation from Uruguay. Representing Uruguay is His Excellency Alberto Guanisa. Can we please play the video?
Country to invest in and grow safely. If you seek to expand your business in tourism, discover this unique natural spot. Uruguay is a special destination in South America. Best known for the most exclusive seaside resort in the continent, the capital with the best life quality in the region, and a World Heritage Borough. As many good reasons to visit as to invest. Its political and economic stability among the highest in Latin America and the world. It holds the region's top GDP, the best income distribution, and the best reliability rates. Located in a strategic spot, it is the entrance gate to companies seeking to do business in the continent. Uruguay is top rated in logistics in the region, with cutting-edge telecommunications technology. In Uruguay, the promotion and protection of foreign and local investments are secured by national law. Tax benefits to tourism investment boost a steadily growing industry. Easy to do business in, Uruguay provides a simple
I think images say more than words, so that's why I wanted to present the video first. Our geographic location is something that is very important, not only because we have great neighbors as Argentina and Brazil, but even because of that circumstance, we had, in a certain way, the impact of the investments of India. In 2002, there was a big crisis in our region, and at that time, the good thing that happened is that the Indian IT company, Tata Consulting Services, decided to invest in Uruguay. Why did they invest in Uruguay? Just because they saw that it was a stable country, political stability, and at the same time, the possibility, as my colleague from Peru was saying, that you can convert the ATM there into other currencies. In Uruguay, you can also go to the ATM and get dollars, get Uruguayan pesos, and get euros. So the banking system is also very free and very adjusted to the needs of the investors, where you can take back your capital, your earnings, without any taxes. And that's what makes it a very, we like to say always that we are a free country, that where you can move also doesn't mean we accept unacceptable capitals. We want to have investments that have to do with our development. We are promoting that. That's why we encourage that all of you that want to invest in a stable and secure country like Uruguay do so, because you have many promotional instruments like the same treatment as the Uruguayans, tax exemptions, especially when you're a national investment project, that you can do all that with advantages that the country gives you. One of the problems we have with India, and generally it's part of our region too, is the thing of connectivity. Because of the COVID epidemic, there was a problem there that the connection that existed between Iberia was practically taken us away because of the fact that the line was, I think, bought by British Airways, and they didn't want to have the connection with India. But now that things have changed, we think that Air India could re-establish that connection from Delhi to Madrid. And the purpose of establishing that is that it will facilitate the connectivity with our region, because from Madrid it's very easy to travel to any of our countries. So I think we are in an interesting position. Like we are also in an interesting position with Hyderabad, that we were talking with the governor a few minutes ago. Uruguay is also in the standing line with India for an MOU to work together in the audiovisual industry. I think we have had enough patience, because we have waited for this for almost 3 years since I'm here. The first thing I decided is to promote the possibility of making films together with India, because of the fact of what we can facilitate, and the scenarios, the people, the different languages used, all that are very convenient, and at the same time the prices of doing that are half of the ones you can get them in Europe or the United States. So it's a convenient spot to do that, and to also progress in the production of audiovisual. That, I think, it's a new line that we still have not gone into that yet, but it's part of the perspectives. Part of the other perspective is also that, as you know, we have a great ground in renewable energy. Right now, Uruguay is the second country in the world after Denmark that uses more renewable energies. And there we have already like the UTEC is a technological university in Florida, in Uruguay, that is already having careers for the new generations. That means you can be an engineer in the food production, you can be also an audiovisual expert, you can also be an engineer in companies for renewable energies. All that we have to offer, and we have to offer that to the region and to the world, because it's an area that it's needed, and where we have already the experience of taking care of solar parks and wind parks and the next generation that goes into hydrogen. So there is another interesting point to establish projects together with India. And at the same time, we have to recognize that politically we are quite close. India is the biggest democracy in the world, but we are one of the oldest democracies in the world. We have parties in Uruguay that are 110 years old, and that means we have moved into a direction of having the people's word as something important, freedom of press. I am a former journalist, so I appreciate that very much. And I think that it is important. I have other colleagues too that have also been in that beautiful profession. And I think that it's something we can work together. So I would leave it there. I'm ready to respond to any other interests from your side. And I would tell you all to look more into an interesting country that has a lot to offer and that has its doors open to do business in the line of what TCS already did in Uruguay, together with Infogain. And there's also the other way around, a company, the name Berkes, that has to do with renewable energy, that is established here in Noida, close to Delhi, that is helping India to combat pollution. And I think that is something interesting too, because we're working together in that. And there are many other areas that we could explore together. So thank you, and I hope you get to connect more with Uruguay, and we are open at the embassy to take all your suggestions or whatever you would like to have more as information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The next presentation will be from Colombia. It is one of the Latin America's largest economies, known for its biodiversity, sustainable coffee, and clean energy transitions. The country is a key player in agri-tech innovation. Representing Colombia is His Excellency Mr. Victor Hugo Echeverri Jaramillo. He is the ambassador of Colombia to India, a seasoned diplomat focused on economic diplomacy and bilateral trade. I invite His Excellency to address the gathering. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. The last call I was not here. My colleague said, are you practicing business in the toilet? I said yes, and remarkably, it works. It's very good, so I suggest you to do it too. And allow me, please, my dear friends, to start with a short video about Colombia. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Colombia. We have been expecting. We have developed a special roadmap to help you get acquainted with our country and feel comfortable in investing with us. Colombia is the second most biodiverse country in the world, and this rich natural environment provides us with millions of hectares for agricultural production, as well as an ample supply of raw materials used in all kinds of industries by skilled Colombian workers. Thanks to its geographic location, with shores on two oceans, and great passenger and cargo connectivity, Colombia offers great is a great option for your next investment. So, are you looking for the right time to invest? Colombia has created an environment marked by excellence, and our highly talented people will help take your business to the next level. The opportunity, the choice is yours. And the place? It's definitely Colombia.
So thank you very much. I am very happy to be here, and I'm very thankful for the organization of this forum, this conclave by the GIBF, and all the teams. Thank you very much. Last night we had the opportunity to share with some of you, and it has been very enriching for us, and I know in the afternoon we will have the opportunity to keep in our exchanges. So yes, when we talk about Colombia, and we move to the next, I do have this. This is why you see in this map where is the location of Colombia. When we have the task to talk about Colombia and our countries, well, what we are doing is to promote our advantages, competitive or comparative advantages. That's what we are all doing. In Colombia, yes, we have this geographical position that is very interesting because we have, as the rest of Central America, the access to the Caribbean and the Atlantic and to the Pacific. You can see from there, and the size of the arrows show the biggest commerce that we have. In fact, in ports, 80% of our commerce goes nowadays through the Caribbean to the Atlantic. So we have a room to grow more in the Pacific, and this is our task because the 21st century is the Pacific century. This is just to show you a little bit about how was the use of our ports in order to handle the cargo in Colombia. It's very focused nowadays in the Caribbean, but we think that we will be growing more with the Pacific. Oh yes. Still, as many countries in the region, we have a network of free trade agreements, and we can reach like 1.8 billion potential consumers through these trade agreements. And this is important to take into account when you think as an Indian business people, small business or medium business, is that what Latin America can offer is that all our countries have a big network of free trade agreements. So the way you approach to the relation with Latin America should be or could be different than just selling goods to the region. And I will tell you some examples at the end. Colombia, going back to our strategic position, we have a great connectivity to the Caribbean, to the Atlantic, to our port, and of course, something that our coordinator, Ambassador Alberto, mentioned is the connectivity on the airlines. There are many products that are not sent on the ports, but on airlines. The main example is flowers, but of course, people-to-people connections. And this is a very well diversified economy that is focused from agribusiness to fintech and technological business. So we are trying to, you can focus. This is that you can take a look to the main areas where you can find an opportunity in Colombia. Of course, it covers a lot of business areas. If you ask me how is the situation between Colombia and India, I will tell you that we have 4.6 billion bilateral trade. It sounds very good. In fact, the balance is in favor of Colombia. Sounds very good. But when you check the details, what we are selling to India is oil, coal, energetic coal, some aluminium, and that's it. Our offer to India is not well diversified. We have to work on that. And I think that you could have some space to go on business in Colombia that could be a win-win situation, and it will help us to diversify our offer to India. There are export opportunities for Indian business people, and I will move on very fast to this trade overview. If we take out oil and coal and energetic products, and maybe minerals, we will have this composition of the Colombian exports and the Indian exports to Colombia. You see that there is a high weight of energetic products. Of course, this is a main interest of India as a fast-growing economy in our region. Energy, oil, coal, minerals, that's beautiful. But I really think that our region can offer pretty much more added value products. When you check the Indian companies, what they are doing in the region, and also in Colombia is not an exception, this is the composition. You have great companies in India. Pharmaceuticals, three-wheelers, agro-business, consultancy services, technological products. That is very important. If we want to survive in this world, we need to add more value to our products. And that's something that our region has to do even more. Of course, there are countries that are doing pretty much well, better than others. But that is the real challenge. The relationship between India and Latin America should not be only related to energy, unless we are talking about clean energy and alternative energy. We should think about common business to diversify the Latin American offer of products, so you can take advantage of the networks of free trade agreements that our countries have with the rest of the world. So let me at last give you an example for you. Some of you have been telling me, okay, what can I do in Colombia? I want to sell this, I want to sell pharmacy, I have cleaning products. This is an example of companies that is it possible to zoom a little bit this slide, guys? Zoom in a little bit. Let me give you these good examples that I like so much. Hero Motor Corp, it's a big company. At the beginning, they were selling motorcycles, and we were very happy driving Hero Indian-made motorcycles in Colombia. We were very happy enjoying the landscape. That's very good. But soon, very soon, Hero Motors said, okay, we can take advantages of the local market. So this is taken, we have an 50 million populations, and Hero said, okay, let's sell one motorcycle to every one of these Colombian guys. They started, and they are doing pretty well. You can see the figures over there. So this is an example how a company, of course this is a big one, can take advantage of the local potential clients that we have in Colombia. They invested in the production of motorcycles in the south of Colombia. So they set up this big factory. So now the Hero is not selling the assembled motorcycles in India. They assemble the motorcycles in Colombia. They sell a lot of motorcycles, And the chain of value is very well preserved, and now the Colombian business people are participating in this value chain. So this is very important, and it's a win-win situation with investment. This second one, UPL, very well known in India in agrochemicals, it's sort of a decision, but different in a kind of way. They say, okay, the geographical positioning of Colombia can help us, UPL, to export to other markets. So they set up in Colombia, and they are selling to other markets from Colombia. They make in Colombia agrochemicals, and they export to the region. That is another way to have this relationship. Tata Consultancy is in all the region, all Latin America, of course. Tata is a monster, it's so big in Colombia too. But this is different because Tata is using the Colombian human resources. It's a very highly trained people in Colombia. So Tata is using these resources, human resources in Colombia to sell their services. This is very interesting. And I'd like to mention Soho Corporation, that is very well known because you are in this beautiful city, high-tech city, because relating software, Soho is taking Colombia as a baseline to export to Europe and to the region. This is a very good example of this kind, not only goods, it's also services. So I think at last, I think that you are hungry, that I will let you go for lunch probably, that there is a way to get a relation with the region and in Colombia. Yes, you can go and sell. We are very happy. We're buying pharmaceutical products. You have some like 30 companies selling generics in Colombia. That's fine. It helps to lower down the prices. It's good for everyone. What we want as any country is to go back to the path of the industrialization in key sectors. The lessons for all the countries is that not all the countries, we don't want to be only buyers. We want to produce. So what can we do? If everyone wants to produce the same, so who is buying who? So there should be another approach to this, and it's joint ventures and doing business. Even if you are a small business, you can say, okay, I work with cleaning products, and maybe I could expand my business in Latin America. You have to find a partner in Latin America. And I know if you talk to all the ambassadors, we are going to say, okay, if you want to go to business, talk to me, we will help you to put you in contact, and that's the way you do it. Of course, you can keep just selling. It works, but at the end, a win-win situation is joint ventures and business. So I really hope that you have the chance. We are at your disposal. My colleague Juan Carlos will be distributing a cold bar. He was sleeping. Wake up. Okay, now he wakes up and he will be distributing some information with the barcode. And at last, something that I want to tell you. If you decide to go on a business, of course you have to get the most of the tickets and the trip. It will be good. So at least take into consideration that a few years ago, very few years ago, Colombia took the decision to extend a facilitation visa for business people in India. So if you do have any Schengen or US visa valid for at least 180 days, you don't need a visa to go to Colombia to own business, or to go for tourism, or to go and get in love and get married, whatever you want. So try to take advantage of this opportunity, and in the meantime, at the Colombian Embassy in Delhi, we are at your complete disposal. Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch, my dears. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we were expecting the IT minister to come, but he is a little behind his schedule, but he will join with us soon. Till then, we will start with the next segment, that is the panel discussion. For the same, we would like to invite country representatives from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Mexico, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, TRB Group and Lilavati Hospital back on the stage for a panel discussion. The topic for the same is leveraging India's expertise in IT, automobiles, health and pharmaceuticals to expand in Latin America and beyond. May I also invite our moderator, Mr. Chakravarti, AVPS. He is the chairman of Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, FOPE, honorary advisor, Pharmaxil, chairman and MD, EcoBliss India, global ambassador, World Packaging Organization, and holds many more titles. To lead this dialogue, we request the panelists to kindly take their seats on the stage. The moderator will steer the conversation and we will conclude with a short Q&A from the audience. I would like to call in country representatives from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Mexico, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, and representatives from Lilavati Hospital, their Vice President of Business Development and Strategy. Anil Kota, sir. And from TRB Group. Okay, sir. No problem. The representative from TRB Group is Deep Mala. She is the Senior Marketing Manager and Global Business Development Manager.
Sí. Sí.
I would also like to call upon stage His Excellency Ambassador from Colombia to please participate in the panel. Yes. So there are country representatives for this panel are Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Mexico, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, and representatives from TRB Group and Lilavati Hospital. Now the moderator will steer the conversation and we will conclude with a short Q&A. Over to you, Chakrabarti, sir.
Well, Your Excellencies and the GIBF team headed by Dr. Joshi and the local in charge, Dr. Sitaram, ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure. Being in Hyderabad, it's a matter of great pride for me, representing multiple associations, being the honorary advisor for the Government of India in Ministry of Commerce and Industry, also holding several positions in pharmaceutical associations and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry as well. It's a great opportunity today. We all witnessed the Honorable Governor of Telangana was so happy to interact with the countries, 16 countries, diplomats who came all the way from Delhi last night, last afternoon, some of them. And I was telling Dr. Joshi, it's actually, you're not doing a job, it's a noble cause.
we also hear this kind of conventions having diplomats on a single platform done by the organizations like the Confederation of Indian Industry and other associations. But this is mind-boggling. In fact, the diplomats also agree the way it's not a competition, it's a kind of a cooperation. When you brought the diplomats of as many as 16 countries on one platform, and they are all mingling with each other like great friends, it's a matter of a great joy for all of us. Last night when we were saying there is no competition, which country invites more investments or which country does more trade. End of the day, they all mutually among themselves coordinate. I also saw the wonderful atmosphere among themselves. Victor stealing the show, of course, from Colombia, such as jovial gentleman he is. But the rest of them are not lagging behind. All of them are at home. They feel at home. They interact with each other. It's not only the business, but among themselves also. It's a great feeling to see the way they are interacting among themselves. And I'm so glad. It's already Aishwarya, the director of GIBF, introduced and called all the gentlemen and ladies on the podium. This session, leveraging India's expertise in information technology, automobiles, health, and pharmaceutical to expand LAC and beyond. So not only these countries, beyond these countries, what are all the opportunities? Among the chief guest of this session, the plenary session, Mr. Sridhar Babu, the Minister of IT and Industries, will join soon. We go ahead with the session. We hope that he is still stuck up with the Secretariat, some meetings. We will hope that he will join us very soon. But in the meanwhile, we have all the learned diplomats, His Excellencies from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela. So, apart from that, we also have our partners from TRB Group and Lilavati Hospitals also are there in the panel today. We honestly, from each of them, we wanted to ask a question on your behalf. So, apart from their respective presentations, we'll also try to ask them what is the key point from their side which drives the business and relations. And also, it's not only the business, the trade between the India and the respective countries, but also how the relations can be improved. So on that aspect, we'll try to address, pertaining to that particular country, which are the aspects drive the business also, we'll try to ask. First we go with Colombia, my friend Mr. Victor Hugo. Quite jovial since yesterday. Colombia exports crude oil and coal to India while importing automobiles, pharmaceuticals and textiles. There is growing interest in defense as well, agri-tech and healthcare sectors also. The recent diplomatic engagement is focused on boosting two-way investments and skill development also. In fact, we just heard a wonderful presentation from him also. But to continue that, I would like to ask a couple of insights from him briefly, what he is looking forward to take this business between Colombia and India forward in the business relations and the trade as well. Mr. Hugo. Yeah, what you are looking into, which areas are definitely driving the business between the Colombia and India in the coming.
Thank you very much. So far, if you see the presence of India in Colombia, is the traditional that we think that it is only Colombia, it is in all the Latin American region. Yes, and you have been covering a lot of fields in the economic relationship, goods and services. But what I feel is that of course, you are good sellers, very good sellers, because you have a great offers. And let's take an example. A big pharmaceutical, I will not mention the name. I talked to a big pharmaceutical company, and they were selling, like many others in Colombia, generics. They say, why you are interested in 50 million people market when you have 144 crore market in India? They say because still, if we are offering low prices, they will be higher, and they can be pretty much higher than in India. So it's good for us. And they are right. I talked to another company dealing with services, consultancy services and technological services. Why they are using Colombia? Why are you so interested? Because you have human resources, and we can produce and sell to low prices. And that's it. With some few exceptions that I was mentioning previously, the relation has been a seller and a buyer. It happens the same, especially also in mining, in energy. But we need to do more. What we think is that we get more, if we get more involved in business associations, we could get more from that. As I mentioned, we don't want just to be the buyers. We want to produce hand by hand in the region so we can have a really win-win situation. That is not only the aspiration of Colombia, believe me, that is the aspiration of all the region. So the question is, how do we move on? So let's say you all business people trying hard to sell products, trying to expand your business in the region, how do we move on with this idea? You have to go to the region. Or either we have to explore other ways to get involved. I mean, video conference with the help of the embassies or so on. But certainly, the business in the future nowadays that our reliable partners are not so reliable. Our traditional partners are not reliable because tomorrow you don't know what kind of tariffs will put on your heads. We need to find good partners. And really, I think that the good partners for India are in Latin America.
Absolutely. I can't agree anymore with this. We also had a great interaction last time when we met during this pharmaceutical international summit in Delhi. Definitely, Colombia has way to go between India and Colombia. And thanks for your kind presence here since yesterday, and moving jovially with all of us, and taking business as fun. That's very nice. Next, I would like to go to Argentina. India and Argentina share a strong trade relationship, especially in edible oils, with Argentina being a key supplier of soybean oil, as you mentioned already. The pharmaceuticals, the chemicals and agricultural machinery are emerging sectors for the cooperation. Both nations are deepening ties already, and through technology and exchange and space cooperation and the strategic partnership also. And we would like to ask the Honorable the diplomat, His Excellency Mariano Agustin Cosino, Ambassador of Argentina. Thank you very much, sir. It's wonderful to have you here with us, and your insights, how we take it forward, how you felt the hospitality here in Hyderabad.
Thank you very much, but can you repeat the
how you wanted to take the business forward, and what is the key driver?
Well, if I understand correctly what you are requiring me, I would say that Argentina and India have been developing very fruitful relations in the terms of trade. As I mentioned before, Argentina is a main supplier in terms of food security to a country of the scale of India, the largest country in the world in terms of population, and the fastest growing country in at least among the great powers. And so I think my country is a great partner for you, and the region, I would say, is a great partner for you in terms of food security. In terms of energy, our countries, I can speak on behalf of Argentina, but in some way on behalf of the region, we are also able to provide security because, as you know, our countries, Latin American and Caribbean countries, are, in relative terms, are countries with small populations. And, but we, at the same time, we have vast natural resources and high levels of education. So the combination between the two things provide the possibility for a large country as India, among others, large countries in Asia, which is the most developing region in the world, the possibility to expand that. In the case of Argentina, we are working very good in lithium. Lithium is very important for us and very important for a country as India. Argentina is part of the so-called lithium triangle, or also, for example, Bolivia. And we are working very good with investments from India. What I would say is that, of course, we have to consolidate what we have, but we have to enhance that. And I think I can speak on behalf of my colleagues and distinguished friends, the ambassadors of the region, that we are all in the same page on the idea that Latin America, Caribbean region is absolutely compatible with India. And what we expect, I would say, is more attention, let's say, or more close relations between the Indian government and our governments and of the region. For example, we are very happy when we hear that the Ministry of External Affairs here in India is planning to make more approach to the region. When we hear that they are planning to open embassies in all the countries of the region, and we would like to see that in the reality. We expect that it will happen, and I think I can speak on behalf of my colleagues in that sense. If there is a specific question that I didn't understand, I can answer.
Which sector will be the biggest in the coming years between both India and Argentina?
In the case of Argentina, the Argentina-Indian relations, the main sector in terms of trade is edible oils. Argentina is the #1 provider of soya bean oil, and is the #3 in terms of sunflower oil. For example, here, Samir Saran, the head of the ORF, Observe Research Foundation, which has recently held the #10 edition of the Raisina Dialogues, he always says that although our Indian people don't know, Argentina is in the kitchen of every, or almost every, Indian family, because they use that oil mainly in the case of soybean oil from Argentina. Of course, other countries.
I fully understand, Your Excellency. That's what we buy in big numbers, the soy oil from Argentina.
Yes.
But what you would like to buy from us, from India?
Well, India is selling motorcycles, is selling ingredients for the pharmaceutical industry, is selling ingredients for the clothing industry, and among other things. But of course, you know, we are here, we have to sell our products. You have a great ambassador there doing his job.
Yeah, I know. Actually, he's a friend of us. And I just narrowly missed. I booked my ticket to Buenos Aires a few months ago, but I had to cancel because of some personal existence.
But you will be able to go now. The season is better. So
very much. I have great friends.
You will find better weather now in autumn than in summer. So
a lot of friends over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we go to Your Excellency, Mr. Alberto from Uruguay. Uruguay is such a country. Okay, we might consider the trade volumes are a little modest now, but India exports because we have interacted before also on the pharmaceuticals, essential medicines. Uruguay buys from us, being on the board of the Pharma Council. I know personally how the Uruguay and India are cooperating with each other in getting the healthcare addressed in the pharmaceuticals. And also the textiles, machinery too, we also supply to Uruguay. Fintech, IT services and agro-processing are promising collaboration areas in the future with Uruguay. This is what envisaged with a lot of brainstorming. That Uruguay's stable investment climate, very stable, the politically stable, the country is stable, people are friendly, and it makes Uruguay very attractive for Indian firms also to expand their business and also to set up their shop in Uruguay also. This is what we've been told all the while. So from your side, representing Uruguay, a great country, to India, what is your insight? How you see the business prospers in the coming days, Your Excellency?
Well, I see them with optimism. The fact is that the private sector is the one that needs to inject dynamism in the relationship. That means there are quite a lot of businessmen interested in going to my country, but they want to have, a representative first. I think you have to know the market, you have to know how it developed, and at the same time, we have the intention to be a hub for Indian businessmen, for establishing companies that can extend to the rest of South America. And that's where our main important factor is settled, and where I think it's still not recognized by the Indian businessmen that maybe they do not still know precisely how geographically we can influence the region. And at the same time, the facilities that they get from the government. And that's something, maybe it's a lack of, let's say, effectiveness in what is our transmission of information, but we need to explain specifically that we give a lot of promotional facilities. And even we still do not have the fact of giving them special treatment to the businessmen, but it's something we're trying to do. We have 1,000 Indians right now living in Uruguay. It's much more than many other countries that have maybe 300, 400, or 500. And we know that all the ones that are there want to stay in Uruguay. So there is something that is attractive for Indians and also to establish themselves and work there.
Thank you. In fact, those words of wisdom, and it's a long way to go, India and Uruguay, the business relation. Before going to another diplomat, we also have a couple of great partners in this the mission. And thanks to you, to TRB Group, and thanks to Lilavat Hospitals also. I think they also have displayed outside. I request the audience to have an interaction with their respective representatives in the stalls displayed outside. But I would like to ask a question for the TRB Group representative. And if in fact, TRB Group representative was, in the last century, they established way back more than 70 years, I think almost. Late Shri Ved Prakash Agrawal ji, the TRB Group has evolved into a global conglomerate operating in over 13 countries, I am told, with a portfolio of 40 plus brands across 9 industries, including steel, construction, auto parts, bicycles, FMCG and ceramics. The company is renowned for its commitment to quality and innovation. I'm sure TRB Group also looks forward to either invest or expand their businesses in the coming, in the 16 countries we are representing here. But from your side, a little bit about TRB Group's objectives, the business strategies, how you are involved in this mission.
I'd like to ask the TRB group representative.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm thankful to GIBI and GIBF for the giving opportunity to attend this panel meeting. Basically, our group, let me introduce a small introduction of TRB group, who we are and what we do. Our group, we are into international marketing and we are into global business development. Within a very short span of time, we have led African industrialization. We have already done and settled multiple industries in Africa. So, first of all, let me tell you, all the Argentina, Peru, Caribbean countries and Latin American countries that we are into now globalization of Latin America and Caribbean countries. So I would like to invite all of the honorable ambassadors and the trade counselors of the different countries so that to our office in Ludhiana so that we can have a great discussions on our upcoming investments into your country. So TRB Group is mainly into the industry of mining and we are already developed some of the projects like beverages, electric vehicles and TMT bars, cement to industrialize Africa. Now we are industrializing Latin America and Caribbean. And very recent news I would like to give all of you, we have started our new business venture in one of the Caribbean country, that is Guyana. In last meeting with the GIBF in Pune, we have come to meet with Guyana Embassy and that's a very good and great meeting. And this year we just signed the JV with Guyana. So that's the industry of TMT bars, upcoming with cement, breweries, glass bottling, ceramics, and in Latin America and Caribbean, these countries are mainly into the, they are rich with the natural resources. And I would like to join, whosoever is interested to join hands with us for the industrialization of their country. So please visit us to our office in Ludhiana, so that we can have our collaboration together for the future. And with respect to Sir's question, I would like to tell that our company is want to become a bridge. We are not into exports and imports of items from your country. We want to invest there in industries. Like our honorable Colombian ambassadors asked, why not we are interested for production? Why we are just buying and selling? We are interested into production now. So let's expand, let's join hands for the industries. Thank you so much.
That's really wonderful, very nice of you. TRB has said its name already in India in multiple sectors and it's heartening to see the way you spoke. You're not just looking for expanding some business or import or export. I think it is music to the ears of the diplomats here. And which country gets more investment from your company, from the group? I think it's a big challenge. I'm sure you will have in multiple countries you are going to invest and make big inroads into bilateral trade and relations. Thank you very much for coming over here all the way. And also supporting us in this mission. Thank you. Thank you, TRB Group. And next I go to a small but influential country. In fact, the ambassador of India in Peru also hails from this, he's a son of soil. He's a Telugu-speaking person, Peru's ambassador, very closely related to us. And we go to His Excellency Mr. Xavier, Ambassador Xavier from Peru. Peru, to just give a little brief to you, India imports a lot of gold, copper and minerals from Peru, and also we also export automobiles of course, pharmaceuticals. It's one of the big area, and textiles as well to some extent. So mining infrastructure and IT services are focus areas for growth in the future. It's ongoing. We have a free trade agreement discussions are going on already. We really aim to have a wonderful FTA. The global business is under turmoil these days. We are talking, in fact, Mr. Joshi, the president of GIBF, we are talking in the morning. This is the right time. The Ministry of External Affairs representative, Madam Snehaja, also mentioned in her remarks in the morning. These are the countries. We may be doing small businesses in the current scenario, but it is going to go. It is going to grow much bigger in the coming years. It's a wonderful platform also to come on one platform and to talk about the business opportunities in the future. And I'm sure the ongoing negotiations on the free trade agreement between Peru and India will be fruitful for both the countries. I really appreciate Ambassador Javier for your kind presence, and I would request you to throw some insights how you are going to see the future, the business and trade and relations between Peru and India. Over to you, sir, Ambassador.
Okay, thank you for the question. The trade between Peru and India has been grown huge. For instance, from last year to 23 to 24 year has grown almost 70%. Now the trade is around almost $6 billion.
Wonderful.
That's huge. But goal is 4 billion itself. That means if you take away gold, it's almost the same. This is why we think that through free trade agreement, and I think applies to the majority of the countries in the region, will be much better investment, much better trade within the countries. Because it's not only goods that we are negotiating, but services, cooperation, small and medium enterprises benefits, intellectual property rights. It's almost 12 to 15 chapters. This is why it's a very complex negotiation. We are going to have the 8th round of negotiations, I think, next month. And I'm very glad that India agrees to start negotiating the same with Chile. I hope other countries can follow this pattern, because our experience is that with a free trade agreement in force, the potential of trade and investment is huge. This is our experience with the United States, with the European Union, China, Japan, Korea, and the only missing important countries is India, but I think at the end of this year we can have this free trade agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, it will happen very soon. We are also very optimistic on the negotiations of the free trade. In fact, under the leadership of Honorable Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal, we have been on the spree of signing FTAs. Initially it happened with the UAE. I'm fortunate to be one among the team. We all went to Dubai to sign the FTA SEPA, we called it. And ever since we signed the SEPA, the business has really improved over the last 2 years. We went during the Expo Dubai, and at that time we signed it. With Australia also, we signed the FTA, and other countries, the negotiations are happening under the leadership of Mr. Piyush Goyal, and also the active involvement of Honorable Minister of External Affairs, Mr. Jaishankar also. I think we are very active on both the fronts. And now I go to most happening country. In fact, my friend Inaugural ambassador from Mexico, he told one of the 12th largest economy. Anyhow, we are going to hear from him, and we are very, very glad, Your Excellency, Ambassador Federico, to have you here. And last night also the interactions, you were so friendly with your colleague attached. Yeah, he's very active, Daniel sir. And coming to Mexico, a couple of words from my side as well before you speak. The trade between India and Mexico is diversified, right? And with strong ties in automotive, machinery, also in chemicals. I think these are the three areas we have wonderful business relations. But at the same time, we have information technology, IT services, the renewable energy, and electronics manufacturing. They also hold high potential in the coming years. Mexico also serves, I think I must repeat, Mexico also serves as a gateway for the Indian businesses to access North American markets. So definitely we count big on Mexico, sir, and your presence, Honorable Ambassador, makes us very delighted among this August gathering. We want to hear more from you representing a great country, Mexico, in India.
Well, thank you very much. I don't think there was a question there, but thank you. That gives me the opportunity to say something that I think is very important. As you correctly said, in the case of Mexico, it's a very diversified exchange that we have between our two countries, not only in terms of investment, but also in terms of trade that exists. But I think that there's something very important that I'd like to mention, because all of us have pointed out to some examples of some of the big and important Indian companies that are in our countries, that are doing business in our countries, that are investing in our countries. But most of the audience here are representatives of small and medium-sized enterprises. And I think that what's important is that for all of you to know that the opportunities are there also for all of you, not only for the big companies, you know, the Tata and Hero and Mahindras of India, but also for all the others in a wide variety of sectors, be it pharmaceutical, be it in wellness, be it in, I mean, you name it, in whatever you guys are involved in. And that's why we're here, because we want to talk to you, we want to hear what opportunities you see to do trade with our respective countries, or maybe invest in our countries. As you will also see, is that in spite of the distance that exists between India and our region, nevertheless there is an important Indian presence in our region. So distance is not necessarily an impediment to do business, to have an important presence, and to flourish your own businesses in our respective countries. So I will really encourage all of you to, to overcome any kind of reservation you have in terms of the distance or in terms of the size. There's an enormous amount of opportunities and potential that exists in each and every one of our countries in the Latin American and Caribbean region. And it will, I think, be beneficial to all of you to take advantage of these opportunities. And I hope that we can convey to you what those opportunities are and bring you to our respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your kind presence and also the initiation for the bilateral trade. We really appreciate your initiatives. Thank you very much once again. And before we go to another diplomat, we have another partner here from Lilavati Hospitals. Lilavati Hospital and Research Center, located in Bandra West, Mumbai, is a leading multi-speciality tertiary care hospital established way back almost 50 years ago. And it has multiple hundreds of beds, advanced medical technology, and expert consultants. It offers world-class healthcare across various specialties, especially when the tourism in the healthcare is happening in a big way. In multiple cities, I think Lilavat plays a major role in connecting the world, connecting the patients outside the world to a better healthcare also in India, and serving thousands of patients in Delhi from India and also in abroad, as you already doing. Throw some light from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to share the panel with dignitaries and excellencies from Latin America countries. And I thank GIBF for the opportunity to be the partner and to be the sponsor for the Latin America and India partnership. I'm representing Lilavati Hospital based out of what Sir has explained. We are based out of Mumbai, Bandra, which is there in the heart of the city. It's operational, fully operational from 30 years back, and its inception was done in 50 years back in 1966. The trust has formed. From there, in 1978, the foundation has been laid in Bandra, and then 1997, the hospital is fully operational. It is a 322-bed hospital, precisely. We have around 2,200 employees and 300 plus consultants. We function as a fully multi-speciality hospital. It is a trust hospital. We have a Seva department, which we call it as in India, and it's a philanthropy work. And the family is fully into the philanthropy before the establishing the hospital way back, 50 years back. So this hospital, we are well specialized in cardiology, oncology, neuro, nephro, and all the other specialties. When he was explaining about the medical tourism, we are, without doing any kind of marketing, because of our brand, because of the quality, because of the doctor's expertise and the experience, we are getting almost 270 international patients every year. That is the quality what we maintain. And the promoters are the chairwoman is Mrs. Charu Mehta. She is the founder trustee, and their children are Mr. Prashant Mehta, and Mr. Rajesh Mehta, and Mr. Rajiv Mehta. Just to briefly explain about what we are expanding into multiple cities, we are Mr. Prashant Mehta and his family. They have a vision to expand into multiple cities. So now next hospital around, it is 375-bed hospital, which is coming up in Gift City, Gujarat. That is also a multi-speciality hospital. The hospital is ready yet to be operational within 6 to 7 months. We tied up with World #1 Mayo Clinic, USA, which is based out of which is Rochester. They have high standards of the quality and the experience. They are about 200 years experience of healthcare. So we have a strategic partnership with them in doctors training, in nurse training, having standards and protocols in the healthcare operations, and also in the recruitment and technology procurement from the different countries. So we have a very good partnership with the Mayo Clinic. Recently we have conducted nurse training program in Lilavati, Mumbai. Almost 160 nurses we have certified by Mayo. So the standards we are trying to increase in our hospital. Also we recently announced one more hospital in Assam with the understanding with the Assam government. It is a 250-bed hospital. It's a greenfield project. That is also a multi-speciality hospital. We expect it to be operational in the next 3 years as that is a greenfield project. And recently also we announced a 300-bed cancer standalone institute in Bandra, next door to the Lilavati, Mumbai, with an investment of around $450 million. It's a standalone cancer institute because the oncology has been increased the cancer patients. Now the India became the cancer capital with the highest number of cancer patients. We want to concentrate on that specialty and to come up with this standalone Institute. And we are planning to set up a proton therapy, which is very rare technology equipment where only the Chennai, one of the institutions have and Tata Trust have. So that is very, probably it is a $200 million equipment, which is proton therapy, which is required for India. So we are planning to set up that proton therapy also in the next Cancer Institute. And you know the Indian numbers are very huge. We are, as a hospital, we are best hospital in patient choosing the hospital, like celebrities, VIPs, keep coming to our hospital. Why? Because we maintain our quality with the standards of, we are regularly NABH accredited, and a lot of websites like HealthMed and other websites give a patient experience of 4.6 and 4.8 out of 5 ratings. And our quality is well maintained. We are regularly, as I told, NABH accredited, and other hospital we are trying to equally accredit internationally, like JCI accreditation and all, we are trying to maintain. And we want to explore, as a last line, we want to explore the opportunities with Latin America in the way of medical value travel with the partnering and having an understanding with the government. And also we are also interested in what are the PPP model available in the healthcare side. We are to explore that opportunities as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Going by your strengths in the medical and healthcare, I think there are huge opportunities from LAC on the medical tourism, but also a lot of opportunities for collaboration.
Just to add the number, probably medical tourism is around 8 billion, what we do it. We are expecting to jump to 16 billion
Definitely,
in next 4 to 5 years.
That's the expectation.
And also our healthcare hospital market itself, it's a 99 billion, and we are jumping 2000 by 30 by $190 billion. And overall healthcare market is now currently at 300 and plus
yeah,
billion
we
dollar.
understand. That's a big area for the improvement also. Next, before I go to the happening countries, Brazil and Venezuela, Madam Gabriela is there. She won't speak right now, but she already offline, she will interact from Bolivia. But a couple of lines. India imports gold and natural gas from Bolivia while exporting the pharmaceuticals and engineering goods. Lithium mining and clean energy are gaining attention as areas for future collaboration. The recent focus on lithium reserves has placed Bolivia on India's radar for critical mineral security. We are very happy to have you here. We acknowledge your presence, Madam Gabriela. We will also interact with you offline. And I go to Brazil. My friend, Honorable Ambassador, I think he booked his ticket, but he was supposed to come yesterday, but he could not come due to emergency, the medical exigency in his family. But nevertheless, he is very well represented by my dear friend, Mr. Johan Gold, Mr. Wagner Antonis, head of the trade division, Embassy of Brazil here. In fact, I must tell you also, B stands for the first letter in BRICS. BRICS, the most happening country, most friendly country. I personally have a great relation with Brazil. I went to Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, couple of times in the last 2 years. In fact, the president of our World Packaging Organization also lives in Sao Paulo. Mr. Suresh Reddy, the Honorable Ambassador of India, is a very active in Brazil, being the Ambassador of India in Brazil. We have great relations with him. He is also working very enthusiastically for the business and relations between India and Brazil. Brazil is one of the India's top trading partners in Latin America, particularly in crude oil, agri-products, and the chemical sectors. And there is growing synergy in pharmaceuticals. In fact, last time when I was in Sao Paulo, I was even greeted by the people, even the cab drivers were hailing, India is our friendly country, thankful to you for supplying the vaccines and the first line of defense medical Well, I was very, very thrilled to hear from, not from the diplomats, but from a common man in the society. We are very proud to have a business partner like that. And going forward, the synergies in IT, pharmaceuticals, biofuels, both the countries are part of BRICS, as I already mentioned, and collaborate very actively in multilateral platforms. I think Brazil is one of the four countries in the forefront with the business in India, and there is a lot to go in the coming years. From your side, the Embassy of Brazil in India, held by the Honorable Ambassador and you holding the fort there, and what message you are going to give to the business community from Brazil. Over to you, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Everything you said is true, and it helps to contextualize the place our relations are right now. What happens is, as you mentioned, Brazil and India have always been very close friends and have a relationship of mutual respect, and that is based on a strong coordination in multilateral fora. We're countries with a lot of similarities in many areas, and we also defend similar values and have similar goals in the international arena. So that has led to a very close coordination between our countries, in G20, in the UN, in BRICS now. But what we have seen over time is that this relation had not really evolved for more concrete results. We had very fluid dialogue in the political level, but commerce, investment, industrial cooperation was not really was not really up to the level of the political dialogue. And that is been changing very fast. That's the news that I mentioned during my short presentation, and that I would like to reiterate now. That has been changing very fast. Trade is booming. Brazil is now the largest trade partner of India in Latin America. Our trade topped 12 billion US dollars last year. Investments are also at a historical high, and more important than that, we have seen more and more agreements and partnerships and memorandums of understanding being signed between the private sector, not between governments, because between our two governments we have always been fine. But the new aspect of the relation is this, is that the private sector seems to have discovered each other. And that's why it's a very auspicious moment for our relation. Just to add a little bit more detail, besides the IT and the pharma sector that I had the pleasure to mention in my presentation, and I chose those two sectors because they are core for the Telangana state, but we have, at the embassy, have also been working on three main pillars that are the sectors that we see as the most promising for quick growth and quick results in the near future. And those are agricultural, of course, energy and defense. And a quick word about each of those. In agriculture, of course, we are two agricultural powerhouses. Brazil and India are two of the largest producers and exporters of agricultural products. There's no question about that. But there are synergies. We don't need to compete in agriculture. There are important synergies. For example, India has 1.4 billion people to feed, and Brazil has only 200 million. So there are key agricultural areas in which Brazil can contribute to India's food security. But more important than that, what we've been focusing on is helping India increase agricultural productivity. A very telling example of that. Many years ago, our first dairy cattle in Brazil came from India. The main breed of dairy cattle used in Brazil these days came from India.
Do you know one thing? There is a place called Ongole here in Andhra Pradesh.
That's right, Andhra Pradesh.
State. We are very familiar. It's near to our place. We are very
right.
proud to that beginning, the breed of that great cattle come all the way from Andhra Pradesh, this place to Brazil.
That
and now
right.
it's a big.
And that is a connection that we treasure very much, because of that cattle, Brazil became a major producer of dairy products over time. And what happened was that over the years, since we implemented this cattle in Brazil, our dairy productivity grew exponentially. And today, the same cattle that we brought from India is producing in Brazil up to 8 times the same amount of milk that this cattle produces in India. So what are we doing now? We're not selling that milk to India, that doesn't make sense, but we're helping India increase its dairy productivity. We're helping them with animal handling techniques, we're helping them with animal feed, and we're helping them with genetic material of the cattle to help them reach the same productivity of the cattle with the cattle that they gave us. So that's, and we want to do that all over the agricultural spectrum. We don't want to be just providers of food to India, because that doesn't make sense. We want to be real partners and help each other in agriculture wherever needed. Very quickly, energy. We are both 2 of the largest producers of sugarcane in the world. Sugarcane is already one of the main export items of Brazil to India, but we want to move beyond that. If we have this richness and this expertise in producing sugarcane, so biofuels are a natural path for energy transition for us. Natural path. There's no way we can deviate from that. And that's why Brazil and India, together with the United States, we founded the Global Biofuels Alliance, and Brazil is fully committed to implementing and promoting biofuels as the path for energy transition. Of course, we'll have something different in the future. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it will be solar or fusion or wind. I don't know what kind of energy we'll have in the future. But right now, in this transition period, biofuels are the way to go. And Brazil and India are key players in this arena, and we want to cooperate even more. So that's how I see our relation moving forward. Thank you.
I think if we allow, you will talk more and more. I'm very happy to have you, Ms. Warner, representing Brazil's cause. It's a mutual cause. It's not Brazil's cause alone. And both the countries are great countries, playing a great role in BRICS as well. The BRICS meet was also held both in Brazil and India as well. We go to the final the country on the board today in this panel, Venezuela. It's also most happening. In fact, it's untouched for some time in some areas. But as per me, if you really want me to tell, the Venezuela has a lot of opportunities in the future. And today we have the Honorable the Minister Consular of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in Republic of India, Mr. Joan Golnick, and with us. We are very happy to have you, sir. And Venezuela in particular, if you see, historically, it's a key supplier of crude oil to India for a long, long time. Of course, though trade has declined for multiple reasons, maybe due to sanctions or international challenges also we have. But India continues to be in the business with Venezuela, and we continue to supply, which is close to my heart, the pharmaceuticals, the very sector I belong to. We have been supplying essential medicines to Venezuela and consumer goods as well. Of course, with the future opportunities in healthcare, energy, despite geopolitical hurdles, cultural and educational exchanges, I think we must agree the cultural and educational exchanges remain very active, whatever may be the case. But ultimately, Venezuela and India here to stay. The bilateral relations are here to stay, and the trade is going to improve. I'm also optimistic on the GIBF platform today. We are great to have you, Mr. Minister Consular, today with us, and throw some light on your behalf, having come here all the forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, what happened with Venezuela is like the war see at us until now, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, not Bolivian Republic of Venezuela. So is that the world see at us like producers of only 2 things, oil and beauty queens. So you know something, we have many more products to offer to the world and specifically to India. So during my presentation before, my colleagues were with the governor at that moment, I tried to show you only a little showcase, sorry for my bad use of the remote control that most of the time was backwards when I tried to show that, but we have many other products. And this is what our government is trying to do now, diversify our exports, you know, and continue exporting oil. Obviously, we got to continue doing this. We are very optimistic, although we have additional obstacles that, as I also explained, we got to surpass because our people and our government is very resilient, and this is something that we have proved during many decades, as also our colleagues from Cuba, they have expertise and in this matter. They are the most resilient country, I think, not only in Latin America, but in the world. And we got to continue selling oil and gas, but we have all the products that I showed before during my presentation, especially seafood, some minerals. We have now also Jindal company in Venezuela. We are confident that they don't go to face again the same problems that stopped the negotiation with Bolivia. And in the oil field, we have ONGC. Videsh has offices in Venezuela since a lot of years. And, well, our intention is to continue improving our relationship in many aspects. As you mentioned before, the cultural area is very important for us because we recognize the strong values of the Indian culture. And we have an ambassador that is very well known by her spirituality and closeness with India, because she has been coming here for almost 40 years in a row and coming every year. So before she was appointed here, this is the second time she's here in the embassy. So she's working hard together with the whole team to promote this diversification that we want to have with India and other countries in the region. Happens that, we have these obstacles. We got to surpass this obstacle for sure. This is our work. I mean, we, the diplomatic team, the diplomatic staff here and also in our, we are working for that. I mentioned here during my presentation the two main agencies that are now working for that. One of them is for the investment, because we are very interested in attract investors from India, all regions of India. And this agency is called the International Center of Productive Investment, the CIIP, and the other is Benexporta for the trade and industry, which is the recently inaugurated office. The name is Benexporta because this is a Venezuelan agency for promoting exports. So these two agencies are open for any kind of request from the Indian businessman. And obviously in the embassy, ambassador herself has the will and is going to be very pleased to receive all, to orientate them towards these particular agencies and to help in all the ways that we can. You know, not only the governmental sector, as my colleague from Brazil mentioned, relationship in the political way with in the political field with between India and Venezuela are very good. We have more than 60 years of diplomatic relations, and this since then these are only been improving. And then, well, we just invite all the businessmen and companies from India not only to go to the embassy, but as the Ambassador Victor mentioned before, to visit our countries. That way they can see in at the first person what they can do there. Visit Venezuela, visit other countries in the region would be very useful for you to have an idea of which each country has to offer. It's my recommendation to go there. Thank you.
We can't have a better diplomat than you championing the cause of Venezuela in India. As you rightly said, the relationship is long, more than 6 decades. And the business follows suit. There are turbulences, but definitely with the kind of great cultural relations and synergies the India and Venezuela have shared for years, I'm sure the trade will only improve, it will not decline. And the friendship will prosper further, it will not decline. Thank you very much for representing Venezuela here on this great platform, along with the Augustus ambassadors of the LAC countries, the great countries. Being the part of all the countries, I think we are also proud that you represented along with all of them. And my sincere thanks to all the ambassadors for their insights and their cooperative nature and how we take the collaborations and cooperations forward, both in trade and the business relations. With that, I would throw the platform open to few questions, if I'm allowed. Very briefly, if somebody wanted to ask, you need to raise your hand, and whom do you want to ask in particular? Yeah, somebody can pass a mic to him. I think you'll get the mic. We need to be audible for us also. There is another gentleman now asking.
Hello. Sir, like one of my friends, Vishambarji Garg, he received an award from Governor Ji. Now, fabrics.
Keep little closer.
Yeah, they are into woven fabrics. They make woven fabrics. Now, because President Trump has already introduced reciprocal tariff, now their question was, in case if they supposing export that woven fabrics to any LAC countries, and from there they get some bags manufactured and send it to the US, will they be having the reciprocal tariff, or it would be the 10% tariff which would be applicable to them?
The question to whom you want to ask?
Anybody can answer, sir, because it's just related to reciprocal tariff and 10% which they just wanted to know. Because from India, if they export the woven fabric, it would be 10 plus 27%. But if it is going through, they export it to some LAC country, there they get the bags made and then they send it to the US market, will it be liable for 10% or plus that country's reciprocal tariff? That was their concern. Yeah, you can answer, sir. From Brazil, you can answer, no problem.
Okay, since the microphone fell to me, I'll try to give a short answer, and then if any of the ambassadors would like to complement. From the Brazilian side, listen, reciprocal tariffs are not a tradition of Brazilian diplomacy or trade policy. Having said that, of course, the Brazilian government was surprised and disappointed by the recent measures. But not only because it obviously affects national interests and the interests of the Brazilian private sector, but because if you look at the trade numbers, the U.S. had, if you look only at the trading goods, the U.S. had a surplus of $6 billion with Brazil last year. If you add the trading services, then the surplus grows to over $20 billion. So when you talk about implementing tariffs to level the playing field, well, you're fixing a problem that does not exist, at least in this relationship that I just described. So that's why we were surprised and disappointed. But having said that, the United States is a strategic partner of Brazil and one of our second largest trade partner. And we've been talking to them very, very frankly and very openly to try to find a solution. Brazil has a newly implemented mechanism that allows the executive branch to implement reciprocal tariffs. that has been just approved by Congress as a result of the current international scenario. But no decision to use that mechanism has been taken so far. What is happening is just a frank bilateral cooperation and internal consultations with our industry and the key players to see how best we can help the affected private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner, for taking the initiative.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. I think like today the end goal is to form a joint venture, right? I mean, that's what I'm getting, that either it's to form a joint venture with your country or your country wants to form a joint venture with our country. And the major goal focused is for a producer or an agriculture. So I'm into both the sectors. So I just wanted to understand that what kind of actual support you guys will provide us. Like, say I'm a manufacturer, so like, will you provide me a land or some kind of schemes that will benefit in the process of manufacturing and tapping the local markets? So that is one segment. And if it's agriculture, you need lands, and at the same time for the development for crops, there are lots of new innovative measures, how you develop the crop and monitor it and progress it. So what is the actual kind of support that we will receive, or are you expecting? So that is the main question that I'm trying to ask. Anyone. So as a whole, I think this is the whole gist of it.
It's difficult, you have to choose one.
I think Brazil, yeah.
Wagner, you are the most wanted.
Okay. No, anyone's fine, no disrespect. So.
Oh, okay, so I'll pass the word to Colombia, please.
Mr. Hugo will answer you.
Thank you very much. In the case of Colombia, when a Colombian business company sets up a joint venture with a foreign investor, they usually go to the free trade zones to get very good benefits regarding taxes. And that is the main way that foreign investor has been dealing in joint ventures in Colombia. But I will take the chance to talk about this. You mentioned agriculture, and sir, you were mentioning the US, the tariffs, new tariffs, and the textile sector. It's a very good example because all we are deciding what to do with the tariff. If you take Latin America, more or less for all the Latin American countries, the tariff was 10%. So the tsunami hit the most, let's say, Vietnam, Japan, China, India, Cambodia. And what we say in Colombia, the business people are saying is, okay, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, our main industry of leather and shoes and textiles were hit very hardly by the Chinese production. So now is the time to go back. We have this free trade agreement of the US. Most of our countries have free trade agreements with the US. And probably this is the moment to find out how could we get back to the market, filling the gaps that those countries will have with the US. The difference will be huge. We are talking about 10% for most of our countries against more than 50, 45% in some cases. Vietnam will open for Colombia an opportunity in shoes again, and textiles too. And the question is this: you go on joint ventures, most of our countries have a lot of incentives regarding taxes, not sure about access to land, but for sure to some taxes. And the opportunity is to jump the production from India with more than 50% of origin product, and then you can jump to the US. That is a win-win situation and the way to take advantage of these very hard times that we are all living in.
So are you guys also willing to invest in India? Like the same thing, if we guys are providing you land and a place, so are you guys willing to, send your guys, your expertise in developing our nation or our places?
Well, let me just add something to what the ambassador of Colombia just said. I think that in the case of, this is precisely the moment where I think we look at the opportunities that the present global situation with this tariff system that the Americans have launched in the past couple of days represents the opportunity precisely to enhance the type of trade relationship that we have between countries like India and the countries of Latin America. We've always been talking in all of our countries about diversifying our trade. This is the moment to do it, and I think the opportunities are there. Let the Americans have their tariffs. We can certainly do a lot of trade on our own terms without necessarily being affected by that. In the case of what you were saying about the incentives of manufacture, it depends specifically what you're asking for. I can tell you in the case of Mexico, we have industrial parks in different parts of the country that offer different types of incentives, be them subsidies, be them lower prices for energy or access to water resources. Depends on what the specific manufacturing issue is. So we'll have to talk about the specifics of it. Again, not the question of land. I think it's not. It's something else. And about coming here, well, we're more than happy to. And I think that I think more and more, some of our countries are have investments in India, are partnering with Indian companies, and I think that precisely of the present global situation is going to start happening more and more.
Thank you.
In the case of Peru, there are two levels of incentives. The first one is already my colleague from Colombia and Mexico already said, some fiscal incentives, drawback with the inputs. This is one level. The second level is, in the case of Peru, when we are going to sign the free trade agreement, there are markets in the region. This is a second level. But first of all, we have to finalize our negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Aishwarya.
So actually our second chief guest for the day has arrived. So we will conclude with the panel over here. And I request the partners from Lilavati Hospital and TRB, they can please take a seat now. All the dignitaries can just please stay on the dais.
Yeah, you please stay back, all of you. The diplomats can stay back.
Yes. All the dignitaries can you please stay on the dais?
Please stay back. Mr. Hugo. Mariana. Mr. Ambassador. We have a great privilege to have the Honorable Minister of IT, Industries and Technology with us. Please take your seat, sir, ambassadors, before we wait.
So our second chief guest for the day is D. Sridhar Babu. He is the Cabinet Minister for Information Technology, Electronics Communication, Industries, Commerce and Legislative Affairs for the state of Telangana. The chief guest has arrived. Can we please give him a round of applause?
A grand welcome to Honorable Minister Sri Dudilla Sridhar Babu Garu, gracing this occasion of the 18 countries. 16 ambassadors and high commissioners are there to witness the growth of Telangana here and also take forward the business, the bilateral relations of their respective countries. with India and Telangana in particular. Welcome you, sir, Dr. Sridhar Babu Garu. Mr. Sridhar Babu Dudilla, the architect of Telangana's growth, a very soft-spoken yet very decisive leader. Dudilla Sridhar Babu Garu is playing a pivotal role in Telangana economic transformation. As the Minister of Information Technology, Industries and Legislative Affairs, he is spearheading the investments and innovation to position Telangana as a 1 trillion economy. His recent international outreach, including visits to Singapore, Davos, USA, secured 1.79 lakh crores of MOUs for the cause of Telangana. Under his leadership, global giants like Wipro, Infosys, Skyroot Aerospace are expanding in Telangana, creating thousands of jobs. His vision focuses on sustainable development. Artificial intelligence is very close to his heart. Green energy also, he is a champion. And deep tech innovation, personally, Dr. Sridhar Babu Garu is the champion of all these technologies, taking this Telangana, the most happening province in India, forward with the bilateral relations with the multiple countries. A 5-time MLA from Manthani, he carries forward a legacy of people-centric governance with strategic acumen. Dr. Sridhar Babu Garu is redefining Telangana's growth story. His leadership is not just about policies, it is about building a future-ready state, sir. We are very, very happy to have you here. A grand welcome to you on behalf of GIBF. Mr. Sridhar Babu Garu, over to Aishwarya for the proceedings.
Thank
Big
you so
round
much,
of
sir.
applause. Welcome, Mr. Sridhar Babu Garu.
I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Sita Raman. He is the Director for Southern Region for Global India Business Forum. I now request Dr. Jitendra Joshi, sir, Global President, GIBF, and Mrs. Dipali Gadkari, Secretary General, GIBF, to felicitate our chief guest for the day, D. Sridhar Babu, sir, Cabinet Minister for Information Technology, Electronics Communication, Industries, Commerce and Legislative Affairs for the state of Telangana. I request Dr. Joshi to please say a few words.
We are really honored. Dr. Sridhar Babu is the Minister of IT Industry of Telangana. And since morning, we know the Governor of Telangana was also here. And there are a lot of expectations from Latin America and Caribbean countries that the huge potential in Hyderabad, in Telangana. Honorable Minister, as a Global India Business Forum, is working for last more than 10 years and working in more than 154 countries. And we really happy that as India is growing so fast, and our vision is that by 2047 we should be a developed country. So in that scenario, for last 8 to 9 years, we are arranging many big conclaves like India-Asia Business Conclave, India-Central Asia, India-Gulf, India-Central Asia, India-Africa also, sir, we did 2 conclaves back to back. And there is a huge response because our SME sector is definitely looking for the different opportunity in many countries across the world. And we understood that there are a lot of opportunity, untapped, unexplored opportunity apart from Europe and America. So we identified around 100 countries. And there are countries from around 24 countries out of 54 in Africa. We identified around 9 countries from Central Asia. Similarly, in the Latin America and Caribbean, the huge potential is there, but unfortunately for last many years our Indian businessmen has not seen the opportunities, and this is the time now GIBF is trying our best, and we are trying that in each and every state we are promoting the Latin America and Caribbean countries business opportunity. And today is a great day. We are in Hyderabad, sir, and we heard about you, and you are doing such a great job in the state. And definitely, I think this is a visionary leader in front of all of us. I request Mr. Sridhar Babu to guide all of us for next few minutes, and the confidence level of our High Commissioner, ambassadors, and the expectations also there that Telangana businessmen will definitely come forward and do a lot of activities along with the Latin American Caribbean countries. Thank you so much, sir. So I request Minister to talk.
A very good afternoon to all. I apologize for the delay in scheduling my meeting over here in the afternoon. And thanks to Joshiji, Global Indian Business Forum, Mr. Chakravarti, and all the revered diplomats from the 16 nations who have come here to our state of Telangana and to this beautiful city of Hyderabad. I welcome to you all on behalf of our state government and from the government of Telangana. Hope you had a good stay for the per day till now, and with us over here, all our partners from the industry, from the micro, small, medium, and the large enterprises, and I welcome you all the leaders from the industry, and I have been invited to press upon why somebody should get interested to be the partner for the state of Telangana. You know, when world is literally taking a different turn altogether, we are on the transformation mode. While looking at, in terms of information technology, where the technology is taking a leap and also taking a different turn altogether. And in recent times, just 2 days ago, the United States of America, led by Mr. Trump, has imposed tariff to each and every part of the globe. I see a positivity into that. I can literally state that, when the tariffs has been declared by USA on almost all countries, I was just going through how tariffs imposed on India will affect our niche industries like technology, the pharma, the services industry, and especially the small, medium industries altogether. And I took it very positively, and I was just discussing with our Chief Minister too about how it will affect us, especially the state of Telangana, and how India can take the leverage out of it. And in terms of politics too, in geopolitical climate of today, when everybody was looking China +1 theory, and most of the countries were looking towards India altogether. Many a time, over a period of time, India being the largest populous country, then it was supposed to be taken as a bane by many people. Now it is a boon for us. I can literally say that we have the huge human resource potential, and the human resources mostly are educated, and also there are technically skilled people available here in India. And that's how we would like to take the leverage and the technological progress what we have and what we have inculcated and built up all these years should become a boon for us, and that's how I request all the revered and the esteemed and respected diplomats over here, the India being a populous country with the maximum and major resources available over here, and especially in comparative to Latin American countries or the Caribbean countries, we almost share very similar cultural and political features. We believe in democracy, absolute populist democracies we hail, and at the same time we always go by live and let live policy all the time together, either it may be a Caribbean country or Latin American countries. We always share this sort of a feeling for the countries, and I would like to share it with them. Primarily, if you have seen, our India, and which is growing exponentially in terms of economy, and in times to come where we would like to literally see that we would be the front runner to become the first nation in terms of our economy. And this is the best time to explore the possibilities how we can literally collaborate with the countries from Latin America and the Caribbean countries too. We would like to literally share the expertise what we have on our part, and we would like to literally look forward to take your share of expertise and collaborate with each other and move forward. This is our basic theme of our growth story, and in times to come, our government vision is to make this state a 1 trillion economy, which is a big dream for us, and we would like to literally take many steps to achieve it in the next decade or decade and a half. In that sphere of things, and I would like to literally mention over here is, we have recently come up with a very vibrant micro, small, medium entrepreneurs policy, where we are trying to push this MSMEs to the big level and see that they attract large number of our human resources talent into their organizations, and it's a win-win situation for the government. Basically, we have to source the employment for our young graduates, postgraduates, and also technologists to this sector in a big way, where it is supposed to employ the largest number in this country. So, having taken into account how MSMEs contribute, how the small industries or the medium industries contribute to our economy, have been taken into consideration, and we have come up with a very vibrant MSME policy. Now, as everybody knows, the elders over here knows about the technological strength what we have, and also in terms of pharma, I mean to say, we are supposed to be the vaccine capital. Most of the country, most of the vaccines which are being produced over here to all the Caribbean countries or the Latin American countries, we supplied. We take pride in our pharma company entrepreneurs that this state of Telangana has supplied majority of the vaccine to the rest of the world. So we are supposed to be the vaccine capital. And in terms of pharma too, Chakravarti would have literally told or explained to you, pharma also is a big industry where we attract big entrepreneurs from the big leaders of our globe, and many from USA too. After New Jersey, we host many pharma companies which have FDA approval. Largest cluster of pharma is found here in Hyderabad. And in terms of electronics too, apart from IT and all, I would like to mention here is, we have a big cluster of electronics industry where you can explore, and we can share our expertise with you. On the electronics and electrical field, we can share your expertise and come up with some sort of a collaboration to move forward. And apart from it, I would like to mention, there is a huge talent available in terms of technical strength. If you can see, we have a vibrant educational stream of ITIs, what we are now reclassifying is Advanced Technology Center, where we will try to skill all our young 10 plus graduates to the next levels of technology, exposing them to technology so that they will be used at the ground level, at the field level. So we have a polytechnical institutions which have capabilities, which are exposed to the new emerging technologies, and that skill set is very strong. And these two, in terms of ITIs, in terms of polytechnics, where we are trying to really integrate all our new technologies into their stream of academics. Over a period of 2 to 3 years, we will be the number one on providing services on the shop floor in terms of manufacturing. And I would like to mention that we have many engineering colleges which we produce about 1.5 lakh, about 15 million to 2 million engineering graduates every year from the state of Telangana. So this engineering graduates, after their completion, either it may be a civil engineering or the mechanical engineering or the chemical engineering, and many people over here would be going for electronics and the IT and on the software side. And the institutions are very, very strong in terms of imparting the academics. And also we are trying to come up now, after we formed the government, we have come up with the first ever, the government-led institute that is called Young India Skills University, where we impart skills to all our students. And we would like to bridge the gap between academics, academia and the industry. And we have instituted that Skills University, and the Skills University is absolutely be driven by the industry. One of our major Indian leading industrial giant by Mahindras, which has been led by Anand Mahindra, is the chairman of that university. And the people who get involved in this university are absolutely the people from the industry. They impart the skills, what is being required for the industry, to the students over there who studies over there. So this is a win-win situation for all the industries on one side, where they will get the skilled people at one go, optimizing their energies in terms of imparting skills after they get employment in the industries, and also see that whatever the industry skills are required is being imparted in the Skills University. The first ever, the government-led Skills University which has been instituted in our state of Telangana. And we have many knowledge centers, and we have many centers of excellence, not only in terms of IT, where in the emerging technologies we have Center of Excellence for AI, and we have Center of Excellence for cyber security, and we have Center of Excellence for data analytics, and we have, recently done a memorandum of understanding with Quantum Basel to institute a Center of Excellence in quantum computing in Hyderabad. So this is on one side. On the manufacturing side too, we are developing huge manufacturing clusters. And the next we are trying to put forward is in Hyderabad, which is just about 50 kilometers from the airport. We are developing about 3,000 acres of manufacturing cluster. That's NIMS area in Hyderabad, where we try to see that most of the manufacturing industries comes over there. Already we attracted 6 international companies, basically 3 from Korea, and they are coming up over there to put their own manufacturing units in that Hyderabad NIMS area. And we are also trying to, to scale down their economies to much rational way. We are trying to encourage the industrialists and the entrepreneurs to go down to the tier 2 cities. I would like to mention over here to our honorable guests over here that the Telangana is a very small state. End to end our state in terms of geographical area, if you are connected by road, it's just about 240 to 300 kilometers. And Hyderabad is a central place where we connect with a beautiful infrastructure with the 4-lane highway roads from each of the district capital to the cities, Hyderabad city. We have built roads, we have done infrastructure in terms of power, and in terms of logistics too, where we do lots of our industrial hubs into a logistical hubs too. So everything is on the platter, and to encourage entrepreneurs to the next level, to cut down their expenses on their product, tier 2 cities will be most favorable, because the capital they invest over there in terms of land or in terms of human resources will be less compared to when you invest back in Hyderabad. So tier 2 cities or tier 3 cities, and we are also literally look forward, Latin American countries and the Caribbean countries, where, agriculture also plays an important role in your countries too. We would like to really see your collaboration in terms of improving our agricultural practices, and we are now tending to go in a big way in terms of agro processing. We have, rice as a main crop, and the paddy, and also we have wheat and maize, and we are trying to encourage the sugarcane and sugarcane industry in a big way. And we have chilies on one end, and this forms the basic foundation for our agrarian sector who resides in the villages. So we are now constructing logistical and marketing support for our agriculture farmers in terms of building huge godams, and also see that some processing centers are kept in each assembly constituency, where we have 119 assembly constituencies. In that, about 50 to 65 constituencies are agrarian based constituencies. So we try to tend to encourage industries over there in terms of agri related, and also handhold many agri industries to see that they meet the last mile connectivity with giving them the impetus, and also focus on the marketing capabilities. And in terms of horticulture, or in terms of dairy, I always see that Caribbean countries or the Latin American countries also have great interest in this dairy industry too, and we are also very big in dairy. We constitute about the 4th large enterprises in terms of dairy industry, and we have huge animal population, where we tend to see that many small or medium level dairy industries are being promoted right now with the help of our new policies, what we are coming up in terms of creating the new entrepreneurship among our farmers, and all the unemployed graduates who tend to live back in my villages. This is a basic plan, and I would like to literally see, Mr. Joshi, who is trying to literally connect Indian industries with the Latin American and the Caribbean countries, and to see that how we can collaborate with each other, how we can share our expertise in terms of our strength and move forward. And I think this is the second after Pune. They are holding this session, which is very, very meaningful at this point of time, where the economy is changing, where the direction of the economy is also changing, where all, including all the Caribbean countries or the Latin American countries, with a country like India and with the state like Telangana can emerge as a top leading economies for the future world. I thank the organizers over here who have invited me over here to share the days along with the respected and the eminent diplomat from here. And I thank all the entrepreneurs from our state who partner with us all the time, who made us, big in terms of creating a large, robust economy for the state of Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your great insights. I would now please request Sridhar Babu, sir, to felicitate the rest of the diplomats who are present with us today. So we have Mr. Christian Villarreal Duran, Civil Attaché of the Embassy of Bolivia. First, please keep your presentations crisp and within the time limit. So let's begin. Starting with Surinam. It is a rich country in natural resources and is embracing digital transformation, clean energy and sustainable agriculture at a national scale. Representing Surinam is His Excellency Mr. Arun Kumar Hardeen. His Excellency is the Ambassador of Surinam to India, committed to enhancing Indo-Surinamese strategic ties. Let's welcome His Excellency Mr. Hardeen for his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Strategically, this is always the best part after a lunch, I think, regarding concentration and. So I think we'll start with a film just to give you a brief idea of Suriname. So thank you. I think it's correct if I try this. Good afternoon once again. Subha Madhyanam in Telugu, if that's correct. Then I know you're also active and will at least listen for a couple of minutes to me. I haven't prepared a PowerPoint presentation with respect to the available time slot that was allotted to us. So let me first start by expressing my sincere thanks to the Global India Business Forum for inviting me to this second edition of the India, Latin American and Caribbean Business Conclave here in Hyderabad. It's a privilege to speak to you, and I'm delighted to present business opportunities in Suriname. The world as we know it, ladies and gentlemen, is rapidly changing, including economies, industries and societies. Looking at the recent international development in the last 48 hours, I would say more than ever now a lot will change when it comes to trade, investment and doing business. For Suriname, this business conclave comes at a time when we are operationalizing our very own Suriname Trade and Investment Agency, SITA. Through this agency, the Suriname government facilitates investors conducting business with Suriname. SITA's goal is to act as a one-stop shop for foreign investors and exporters. Suriname's recent engagements in international forums hold implications for various sectors. Now, this global involvement offers opportunities for active participation in discussions and initiatives that transcend economic and social policies. The resulting increased global visibility not only enhances Suriname's appeal for international collaboration, but also opens doors for partnerships with entities on the global stage. In our shared pursuit of elevating Suriname's prominence on the global stage, collaboration for the advancement of international business and innovation is paramount. This India, Latin American and Caribbean Business Conclave provides an excellent platform for us to highlight the developments and trends in the field of business, trade and investment and technology, and I appreciate the organizers for their effort in this regard. I welcome this opportunity to present you some snapshots of the business opportunities in Suriname. Now, Suriname and India have enjoyed a long-standing relation and are engaged in diplomatic exchanges, strengthening bilateral ties, high-level visits and discussions to enhance collaboration and promoting cooperation in various fields. As you have seen in the film, roughly 1/3 of our population is from Indian descendants. We speak Hindi in Suriname, and we also celebrated recently the Holi festival. In fact, Holi and the Diwali, thank you, are national holidays, and even though our current president, the Honorable Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, is of Indian origin. So where are we located? Because quite surprisingly, when I introduce Suriname, majority doesn't know where Suriname is. We're located on the northern coast of South America, bordered by the Atlantic Ocean in the north, Brazil to the south, Guyana to the west, and French Guyana to the east. Suriname might be the smallest and least populated country in South America, but is also the greenest. The vast majority of Suriname's landmass covers roughly 163,000 square kilometers and is covered by a dense rainforest, which makes up of roughly 93% of its total area, with a deforestation rate of less than 0.22%. In the recent years, our country has witnessed a series of developments that demonstrates its growing influence in the energy-related and extractive industries, reflecting a dynamic economic landscape and an ardent commitment to responsible resource management. As a result of recent developments in the oil and gas sector, there is a great interest in partnership with the Suriname business community. Suriname's potential as an producing nation has opened doors to vast economic opportunities. Since the first offshore oil discoveries in 2020, Suriname is rapidly establishing itself as a prominent player in offshore oil and gas exploration, riding the wave of success experienced by Total Energies, Petronas, Qatar Energy, and other oil companies already present and actively involved in Suriname. The Suriname Basin is estimated to hold over more than 30 billion barrels of oil. Suriname continues looking for investments in our oil and gas sector along with developing our infrastructure further. Suriname also presents huge opportunities in agriculture with more than 1.5 million hectares suitable for agriculture, organic farming, and aquaculture. Out of this available land, only 120,000 hectares is now being used. So you can imagine what is still left. Traditional crops such as rice, bananas, and citrus fruits are some of the products that are cultivated alongside non-traditional products like organic vegetables and herbs. Additionally, the Suriname's Parliament approval of legislation for industrial hemp cultivation demonstrates our country's commitment to exploring new avenues for economic growth and sustainability. The diversification efforts are expected to reduce the agriculture sector's dependence on traditional crops and create new income streams. In pursuit of ecological sustainability, the agribusiness strategy of Suriname adheres to a tripartite paradigm of expansion, conservation, and the employment of cultivation techniques that are environmentally non-disruptive. Our bountiful rainforest contains an expansive variety of hardwood species of its export to the Caribbean, Europe, and Asia, and that specifically China and the Indian market, are Suriname's largest market for lumber products at around 95%. Suriname's banking, investment, and financial services sector has experienced significant transformations in recent years, reflecting the nation's dedication to economic growth, stability, and financial inclusion. The banking, financial, and investment services sector is a crucial driver of prosperity and smart money management, made possible through a network of institutions, technologies, and experts working together to create and pave the way for foreign direct investments through creating more opportunities for free trade and export. The banking, investment, and financial services sector in Suriname has undergone a profound transformation made evident by digitalization and accessibility due to banking services expansion, the surge of foreign investments, and state initiatives that boost economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the wealth of Suriname lies in its exceptional mineral and oil reserves, untapped and one of a kind, with conceivable innovative business opportunities in the extractive industry. In the evolving dynamics of international trade, Suriname's strategic moves and enhanced engagement towards trade development and collaboration, especially with emerging partners like India, provide avenues for growth, technological exchange, and mutual prosperity. We welcome any prospect on broadening the scope for business endeavors and would like to invite Indian business to benefit from our resources, to invest and partner with us. Become a partner in our transformational growth, whether it's for gold, timber, bauxite, oil, gas, or silica sand, just to name a few. In our capacity as the Embassy of Suriname in New Delhi, we will provide all necessary support in order to make your business venture successful, and we look forward to many opportunities ahead of us, actively establishing a new forum to enhance and foster mutual beneficial trade and business relationships between Suriname and India. together, I always say we build partnerships for prosperity. And with this, I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Dhanyabad.
Thank you so much, sir. The next country that is going to present is Cuba. Cuba is known for its robust biotechnology sector, sustainable farming models, and significant achievements in public health. The country offers strong potential in renewable energy and ecotourism. Representing Cuba is His Excellency Mr. Juan Carlos Marslan Aguilera. His Excellency is the Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Cuba in India, a senior diplomat known for fostering South cooperation. I now invite His Excellency to share Cuba's initiatives and opportunities with us. Over to you, sir.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to start by thanking the Global India Business Forum for this invitation and all of you for attending as well this important event. Well, we're going to talk about Cuba, an island in the Caribbean Sea, around more than 10 million inhabitants, 110 square kilometers, and in front of in the entrance of the Bay of Mexico. What a beautiful name, Gulf of Mexico, en Ambassador. Well, but after this wonderful launch, I propose you to start hearing or enjoying Cuban music in Hindi. Have you heard before? Let's play the second one, please. Well, how many of you have visited Cuba? The rest. You saw Salman and Katrina enjoying the Cuban music, dancing, smoking some Cuban cigars, drinking some mojito. Please, you can take the next flight to Havana and to discover by yourself. Well, but Cuba is also very well known by his results in sports. Here you see some of the Olympic champions of Cuba. Alberto Juantorena, the only one that in a single Olympic game has won the 400 and 800 meters careers. The second one is Javier Sotomayor, the highest jump, 2.45, still enforced this record for more than 20 years. Stevenson, the most famous in boxing. Also you see Mijaín López, 5-time gold medals in Olympic Games consecutively, the only one that has made that. So we can cooperate as well in sports, making India also to have better results in wrestling, in boxing, in volleyball, in many other sports. So we will focus how can we cooperate, how can we increase and enhance our bilateral cooperation. Let's go to the follow. Okay. Well, as my colleagues also have changed with you, we have scientific potentials as benefits and guarantees, also political and social stability in our country, legal protection, high qualified labor force, and growing opportunity for foreign investment. Also, they have explained, each country of Latin American countries has also the privileged geographical locations and something to offer in order to increase the connectivity between our countries. For example, you see by the border of Cuba also crossing the international commercial maritime traffic axis. Well, but for that reason, in November 2013, we created the Special Development Zone of Mariel, a visionary project to develop our country with some taxation regime, special taxation regime, also with important infrastructure and services that you can provide or receive in this installation. This year we are celebrating the 65th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship between Cuba and India. And for that reason, a Deputy Prime Minister of Cuba 2 weeks ago visited India. He fulfilled an excellent program. He had the opportunity to greet the Prime Minister, also to meet 5 ministers in 1 week. Some important memoranda of understanding were signed during his visit, for example, in sports, in health, in science and technology, in biotechnology specifically, and also in Ayurvedic medicine. And we, in my opinion, we have now all the conditions in order to start improving our bilateral economic, commercial, and the cooperation relations between our two countries. This was the sector, the key sector that were identified in order to improve our economic relations: biopharma, energy, health, agro-industry, tourism, and IT. I will go fast for each one. In biopharma, we have a BioCuba Pharma. It's a holding group in Cuba with more than 48 enterprises, 34 located in Cuba and 14 abroad. Also, we are producing more than 1,000 products for the domestic market in Cuba because we have a very strong pharmaceutical industry in our country. But we need a supplier for specific active pharmaceutical ingredients or raw materials for this industry. So we are quite interested also for have some partners in this regard, and well, also to develop some common co-research, co-development and co-production in biotechnology sector. We have also excellent products to offer to India and globally as well. For example, few of them that has reached the World Medals Award. For example, this one, the Vamengo is first effective vaccine against a meningococcal B disease. Cuban population is completely vaccinated and is covered by this disease. It's something that we can offer, and we can do common business, joint business with India to offer to this country, but also to other countries. This second is Nasvac. Nasvac is a therapeutic recombinant vaccine against chronic hepatitis B virus infections, induce a strong immune response. This other two, for example, Everprod P is a worldwide unique product for the treatment of patients with advanced diabetic foot ulcers with high risk of amputation. See those figures. In India, I was checking today in the morning, more than 100 million people suffer of this diabetes. And it's probably, according to the international standards, that more than 100,000 are in risk to amputations every year. With these vaccines or this medication, you can avoid that the people lose their feet, which is very important personally for them, or also for the family and the society itself. So it's a strategic product that we can work together. And also, for example, I show you the 5 candidates that the Cuban science found to combat the COVID-19. It is something that we were able to cover the entire Cuban population using our own vaccines against COVID-19 produced by our industry. What are the modality of cooperation that we are offering? Well, as I said, co-research, co-development, joint venture, even transfer technology. In a case, we can scale the production in India to offer to the regional market or also globally as well. Well, in the case of energy, I go fast because now we are quite dependent, more than 80% of the oil to produce energy in our country, and we are facing troubles, because it's quite expensive today. We have a decision to implement a Cuban National Energy Efficiency Program in order to move from or to the renewable resources energies. And we have a plan for the forthcoming years. This year we are introducing in Cuba or installing 1,000 megawatts, the next 2 years 1,000 more, but we have to get or to find application as well. For example, in solar power, water pump, and other kind, inside cooking equipments and so on, in order to also to spread out this application in our country. In agro-industry, I would like to focus on two. Sugar cane production. As my colleague from Brazil said, Brazil and India has the global producer of sugar. 1 year is Brazil, another India, but in the case of Cuba, we have had experience in the past. In the 70s, in the 80s, we were able to produce up to 9 million tons per year. Now it's much less, but we have the capacity, we have the tradition, we have the labor sources prepared for that, and we would like to find appropriate investors in order to improve the production in our country in this specific sector, in order to go for biodiesel and other experiences. And finally, just a few days ago, it is an Indian channel we own that published new decisions in agriculture in Cuba in order to facilitate the foreign investments. For example, land delivery for a period of time, especially in rice, beans, and some of the specific items we should import like a high quantity of products, or supply of technology package, and also free export of the final production. When in the case of IT, well, we are in Hyderabad, it offered many opportunities. In the last 15 years, we have improved the formation of human capital, 1,000 per year, and also we would like to cooperate with India in outsourcing to develop joint applications specifically for Latin American countries in Spanish, and also to create joint ventures in our country, in India, or in a third country. In the case of health, so we have the possibility to cooperate together in some specific areas, for example, in Medicare services, also in academic and teaching services, and in professional services abroad. We have experience in more than 50 countries with providing medical services to many countries, and we can work together with India in this direction as well. There are some medical care services or treatments that we are offering that we can do even here. We can bring some specialists and work together with some hospitals here in Delhi to provide these expertises. For example, immunotherapy for lung cancer, vitiligo and psoriasis treatment program, in comprehensive neurological restoration, and in retinosis pigmentosa treatment programs. These are special skills that Cuban institution has, and we could work together on this sector. And finally, the tourism. Well, we can use all the infrastructure that has been created in our country in the last 20 years, international airports, cruise terminals, marines. Also, some investment we have, for example, these all companies are presented in Cuba, including one Indian company, is Mutu company. Mutu is managing in Cuba more than 11 hotels, more than 7,000 rooms. So we can promote together with some tourist agencies the Cuban destination through the hands of these Mutu hotels in our country. Well, some tourism in nature, in diving, historical as well, and see what have happened in the last years. After the COVID-19, the number of visitors from India has dropped. See, and there are new facilities also in transportation, international transportation, through, for example, Istanbul, Paris, Moscow, and others. And we have offering excellent package also to India. So let's work together also to promote the Cuban destination. We are also facilitating, for example, now we have this electronic visa application. In just few hours, you can apply for a visa. You don't have to go to a consulate. You can get it in hours, and you can fly to Havana. So it's easier today. So Cuba is unique, my friend. You can discover by yourself. And to end also, please, can you play it? You to enjoy.
y a la vez desaparecen tus dolores.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Before proceeding to the next country, I would request all the dignitaries to please keep the presentation short so we can dedicate a good amount of time to networking sessions. Next country that is going to present is Ecuador. It is a major exporter of bananas, cacao and seafood and is strongly invested in renewable energy and green economy transitions. Representing Ecuador is His Excellency Mr. Fernando Javier Uccelli Vargas. His Excellency is the Ambassador of Ecuador to India, a diplomat deeply engaged in expanding India-Ecuador trade and academic exchanges. I now welcome His Excellency for his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Let's check a video, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the Ecuador presentation. I would like to invite you all to go. Ecuador is a country which has all natural types of weather and climate. In India, maybe you could say you have also the Himalayas, you have beautiful beaches, and you have also some desert, you have some jungle and so on. But the difference with Ecuador is that you get the same but in very small place. You could have, for instance, in the morning, you could take breakfast in the beach. You take just a car, 4 hours to the capital, Quito. Quito is the second highest capital in the world. This is almost 3,000 meters. And you could take lunch in Quito. You could see one of the highest mountain, Cotopaxi, is 6,000 meters, is the highest active volcano in the world. And in the night, you could go to the jungle.
And you take a car, also only takes 2 hours to the jungle. And because we are in the Ecuadorian line, we don't have 4 seasons. We have only rainy seasons and wet seasons. And every day, sun rises 6 a.m. and goes down at 6 p.m. I really invite you to think to come in. And yesterday we visited this movie city, Ramoji, which is very interesting, and we could also provide some landscapes in Ecuador to film with the so talented Indian people. Now let's check what is offered in Ecuador. And before to continue, I want to say thanks to all the organizers, especially Dr. Yoshi. I don't know where is he, but thank you very much, and his daughter for being master of ceremonies. Very well done, organized, and all the businessmen and people from Hyderabad and from other parts of India. Let's check what is Ecuador climate change. Just a quick fact: the capital is Quito, as I mentioned. Quito is a heritage UNESCO city. It's the first UNESCO city in the world, 1978. We have an area of almost 3,000 square kilometers. One important fact is that currency. We don't have our own currency. We are using only US dollars since 2000, the year 2000. After I will tell you what is important to have this. Language, we have Spanish, but we have also the native language, especially in the Amazon region. Literacy rate, 90%, etc., etc. Where are we located? Maybe you don't know where are we located. We are in the middle of the world. That is the reason my country calls Ecuador. And we have the borders in the north, our dear friends of Colombia, and south, that is the ambassador of Colombia, and south, very good neighbor, Peru, south, and the east, Peru, and the west, we have the Pacific Ocean. We have 4 natural regions. You can see we have beautiful beaches. We have a lot of volcanoes, more than 40 active volcanoes. We have the jungle. In the jungle, we are oil producer. We are the main fields of oil in the Amazon, but we are keeping the best environmental conditions. We don't destroy the environmental in Ecuador. And maybe you have here, we have the very famous Galapagos Islands. Galapagos Islands is an island from Ecuador. In that island is a natural park. You have a lot of species. And this is a place where Charles Darwin get inspired to write the book of the evolution of the species. Well, the location is we are in the middle of the world. We have good connection for all the countries, Asia, North America, South America, and Europe through the Panama Canal. Why investing in Ecuador is a good idea? Just a few facts. First, dollarized economy. We don't have our own currency. It means we have no devaluation. The investor knows $1 invest now is the same dollar at the end of the month, at the end of the year. It makes also the inflation very down. We have our inflation around 3 or 4%. Unemployment is around 4 or 5%. And you have predictability to doing business because we don't have exchange of rate. That makes very important, very trustable to invest in Ecuador. We have also economic, fiscal, and political stability. By the way, we are a very active democracy. We'll have elections next weekend. We have presidential elections. The 2 candidates, the current president, Mr. Noboa, and also the opposition leader, Mrs. González, Luisa González, sorry. We are open for external trades. We have signed trade with the European Union. We have Andean countries economic trade. We have also negotiating a trade with Canada. We also have trade agreement with Korea. So many countries, and we hope in the future to follow the steps of our colleagues of Peru or Chile who has started a negotiation of free trade agreement with India. We have natural resources. We are a country blessed of full natural resources, a lot of water, a lot of food. We could provide also to India a lot of food. We are also competitors to India. You know, Ecuador is the main banana exporter in the world. India is the main producer, but the difference you consume most of the banana you produce. Ecuador is the first country to export shrimps, prawns. India is maybe the second or the third. We are competitors. We are one of the main producers of flowers in the world. India also produces flowers. That means that we cannot export here, of course, these products. Also, we cannot bring to Ecuador. But the thing is, we could share experience, good practices, especially in the cultivation of shrimps and production of flowers. We could also share experience between Ecuadorian farmers and Indian farmers. What else we have? We have human talent qualified. We have developed infrastructure. We have very good ways, very good airports, very good ports. What is we have a new regulatory framework because we want to create job creation. Is very important. For us, we have the free trade zones. You could go and invest a lot of tips. Very important, I mean, we promote investment in tourism. As I told you, we are a country blessed with a lot of natural resources, land, beautiful landscapes, and we want to Indian entrepreneurs to invest in Ecuador. And we have also Energy Competitive Act. Ecuador energy comes 90% from hydropower, and we have 10% with diesel and 5% from renewables. Well, this law on economic efficiency, what is we want to tax reduction. If you create jobs for young people, the companies get a good tax reduction. In the tourist sector, we have government and private sector could finance with a lower interest rate. We have also very interesting, we have a lot of holidays like India. I think India is the first in holidays, but also we have some holidays, and the good is when you have holidays, the government reduces the taxes for the consumption. That also makes the people to go spend a little bit more. That's important to also to promote the tourism in Ecuador. Also very important, in Ecuador, companies who want to invest more than $1 million could sign agreement with the government. Why? Was for this agreement allows to the companies to have stability. May I say legal stability, political stability, tax stability. That's very important. Many companies invest in Ecuador sign these kind of agreements with the government. This is a minimum invest is $1 million, but let me know that's very guaranteed because nothing happens if the government changes or the regulation changes. All the investors are protected when you sign the contract. Incentives for new investment, you know, we have reductions of the rate of the income of the companies. Also, we have reductions when you sell your revenues to Ecuador. Also, we have a reduction of the taxes, and also the arancels, the taxes for the external trade, the tariff. Sorry. Because this word is every day for America now, I started to try to forget this terrible word. But when you have a lot of incentives, we have also, as many countries, free trade zones. Yeah, we don't have a specific place. That is the difference. Some countries say this is free trade zone, but no, you could say this is free trade zone. It means you could put free trade zones any place. We are more open, and especially free trade zones dealing with tourism. Well, you saw the benefits of free trade zones. You have the reduction of the income tax for many years, exemption of the foreign tax trades, and so on. Well, this is 3 agreements. I don't want to go because it's lack of time, but we have made negotiations with many countries. Also, Dominican Republic, we have a free trade agreement not to promote. Well, we have many sectors with potential of investors. What are we doing in India? What we sell to India? Basically, we sell teak. You know the good, teak good, the beautiful furniture and the buildings and so on. Ecuador is the main exporter of teak to India. We also are selling gold, not such amounts like my colleague of Peru, but we are starting to increase the sale of gold. We are also selling a lot of cocoa. You know, the main ingredient to produce the best chocolates. Ecuador is a good producer, but we have a space to export a lot of tropical fruits, a lot of vegetables, and also a lot of handicrafts, which is very important for Ecuador. And also we are exporting services. We are exporting some technological service. We are trying now to establish some company, Ecuadorian company here to help to India, who is master in IT. By the other side, what we are importing from India? We are importing from India, especially pharmaceutical products. You have excellent price quality. We are importing also garments, clothes. We are importing chemical products for agriculture. That's very important for us. Well, I want to finish now because my time is over. But you know, the embassies always open the doors, and I would like to thank again to organizers, and I want to think not only in Ecuador, as your colleague just mentioned a few minutes ago, we are brothers and sisters in Latin America. We don't compete each other because we want to show a single voice in India. Even if we join together to start to export one product, almost together countries, it will never will be enough to cope the demand of India, because it's a huge country. It means Indian citizens try to see a Latin American as a region, and of course, come to visit Ecuador, and you will be very happy to do that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. The next presentation is from Panama, the gateway of the Americas. It is a logistics hub with strengths in canal-based shipping, clean technology, and sustainable infrastructure. Representing Panama is His Excellency Mr. Alonso Correa Miguel. His Excellency is the Ambassador of Panama to India, a visionary leader driving connectivity and innovation. I invite His Excellency to present Panama's opportunities. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise I'll keep this short and simple. I will not surpass the limit time, so we can all digest our food and be at home quickly. First, I want to tell you a story about 3 men from Gujarat that left India in 1850. They went to Barbados looking for jobs. They reached the port in Barbados. They saw too many people. That's filled. The port was filled with people. They talked between them and said, there's no opportunities here. Let's go somewhere else. The first ship, the first travel that get out of Barbados went to Panama. They tried their luck. They go to Panama. They fell in love with the city, Panama City. We were part of Colombia in that era, but they fell in love with Panama City. And that 3 men were the seat of the now biggest Spanish-speaking Indian community in the world. 16,000 people living in the core of the country and being a very important part of the Panamanian culture. Leaving the story behind, that's a true story also. I want to talk to you about a question I have here repeatedly in my 3 months here, my short 3 months here. It's why Panama, having such big countries and big economies all around, Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, Cuba, República Dominicana, why Panama? We are a very small country. Our thinnest part is barely 80 kilometers. We are a very small population, not more than 4 million and change. But we're in the middle of the continent. We connect North America and South America. We have the Panama Canal, the now infamous Panama Canal, that's still Panamanian and in Panamanian control. And we have 18 ports between Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. More than 140 maritime routes to more than 80 countries crossing by. We are experts in logistics. We are experts in ATP, assembly, testing, and packaging. But why Panama? Well, we have more than 20 special tax-free zones for various products. We have the largest merchandise-free zone in the Western Hemisphere, the Colón Free Zone. We have Panama Pacifico, a special zone just built for technological advances, for technological enterprises that want to start their business in the whole continent. You can have a truck, get out of Panama on, let's say, a Wednesday. On Saturday morning, you can reach the northern frontier of Mexico. You can take a ship and travel in 3 days, in less than 72 hours, and reach Tierra del Fuego, all the way down south the continent. So why Panama? Again, we are dollarized also, so no inflation, no problems. You already are using the stronger currency in the world, so why Panama? Again, then you have connections with all Central America, you have connections with all the Caribbean, you have connections with all South America. We are an allied country of Mercosur. We are an allied country of SICA. We work with CARICOM, that's Central America, Caribbean, and South America. We have a TFA with United States, Canada, Mexico, and 15 other countries in just Latin America, and more than 20 TFAs with countries around the world. So now my question, and I just want to end this here because I know you're eager, and I invite you to scan the QR for more information. I now ask you, why not Panama? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The next country that will be presenting is El Salvador, a country focusing on digital economy, trade reforms, and regional logistics. Representing the embassy is Mr. Steven Ramirez, economic counselor with a background in finance, supply chain, and international relations. May I now request Mr. Ramirez to present El Salvador's emerging business potential with India. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having all of us here in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is the testimony of great development in India, so we are looking forward as well to learn from you. I invite you right now to watch a short video of El Salvador, even though it's in Spanish, it's with subtitles in English.
Yo amo mi país. Amo El Salvador porque vivo y siento esta tierra. Sí, El Salvador, uno de los países más grandes del mundo. Solo tienes que poner un pie en su suelo para entenderlo. Tengo una gran historia. La lucha del mar y los volcanes en el centro de América me han convertido en lo que soy. Mi corazón es grande, vital y fuerte. Nada ni nadie me puede parar. Es el motor incansable que late al ritmo de mi gente. Gente luchadora y generosa que siempre lo da todo en cada momento. Soy cada uno de los millones de salvadoreños que se despiertan cada mañana con el único objetivo de crecer. Crecer como persona, crecer como país para decirle al mundo, somos El Salvador, descúbrenos. Y soy tú, o tú que nos visitas, que viajas por esta tierra llena de vida, o que quieres hacer de El Salvador tu hogar. Porque si algo nos diferencia es nuestra hospitalidad y nuestra honestidad, pero sobre todo nuestra ganas de compartir. Si has estado por El Salvador, ya te has dado cuenta de que tú también eres salvadoreño. Y conociendo mi tierra y mi gente, sé lo que somos hoy, sé lo que seremos mañana. Una historia de éxito y una gran oportunidad para el mundo.
So it seems like we are back to back in terms of dollarized economy. As in Ecuador and Panama, we are also dollarized, so that's a great fact that we can share. I would try to do it as fast as I can. Of course, I would like to talk about why El Salvador, why you need to turn your eyes to this little country. We are just 21,000 square kilometers, which is a great thing. As my ambassador of Ecuador was talking, we are smaller than them, so if you go to El Salvador to do business, you can do very easily tourism as well. So in the morning you can go to the beach to have a beautiful sightseeing and a breakfast. In the afternoon you can go to your meetings to the city, and in the afternoon you can also go to grab a cup of coffee in the mountains. Talking about economy, we like to talk about 6 reasons or 6 factors why you need to take a look at El Salvador. First of all, we have preferential access to key markets, young and productive and committed workforce. We are very renowned in the world because we are very loyal, we are very hard worker. Also cost-efficient location, favorable business environment, and modern infrastructure. So talking about preferential access to key markets, so our strategic location enables short access to major cities in America. We are the smallest country in Central America, as you can see in the map. We have 34 direct air routes to origin and destination. All of these airlines and also companies believe in us. So as you can see, you can move your goods very easily to all the continent. Also, we offer preferential access to 1.2 billion consumers across 41 countries, including the United States. So we are just 6.2 million actually in El Salvador. We would like you to think about, not just about this very small amount of people in El Salvador. We would like you to think about 1.2 billion consumers because of the agreements that we have signed with a lot of countries around the world. Also, cost efficiency location. El Salvador is the most cost efficient location in the Americas. As you can see, we are at the top #1. This is based off of the FDI, which is a ranking that it is to size the top American cities in the future, and also this was in 2021 and 2022, and cost efficiency we are #1 according to the Financial Times FDI intelligence for medium-sized cities. Then these are companies that have trust in us. I can mention that we have one really good company from India. It's from Calcutta actually. It is a BPO. It's hiring more than 600 Salvadorians right now. And then, as you can see, roughly, there is a lot of countries that have trust in El Salvador and or hardworking people. Then, favorable business environment. Like I was saying, we are a dollarized economy. We are the first country in the world to legalize Bitcoin. Also, we have a legal stability for investments. We believe that international investors are as national investors. We believe in long-term relationship and business, and to provide more benefits to the business community to come to El Salvador and provide more jobs and to have a win-win situation, of course. Then we have the most secure country of the region. We used to be, we're very well known because of the violence in my country. In the last 4 years, my government have done a major change. So we are not even in the statistics of violence anymore, which is great. A lot of investments is coming. Tourism is blooming right now. A lot of activities that can be done in El Salvador. Then access to local financing, freedom to transfer your funds abroad, because we are dollarized, so you can transfer your money to other countries easily, and there is not so many barriers within the financial system. Talking about tax incentives, you can see a few ones. Free trade zones, we have 17 in El Salvador. We have renewable energy incentives. We have international service laws. Then modern infrastructure. As you can see, we are very small. We are very well connected to Guatemala and Honduras. And then we share archipelago with Nicaragua as well. So goods can be transferred or moved to other countries very easily. Then I will try to pass. I was talking about the 17 industrial zones where you can have more benefits, incentive benefits, municipal free taxes, also for all the equipment that the companies might like to import to El Salvador is also free taxes. Then I would try to go a little bit more fast. This is, we would like you to explore investments opportunities in the different industries that we have in El Salvador. First of all, Hyderabad, it's very well known because you have a lot of technology development. So we have recently approved this law, the law for the promotion of innovation and technology manufacturing. So a lot of new companies can come to El Salvador and have a lot of tax incentives in this industry. Total exception for import duties, like I was mentioning, exception for capital gains, total exceptions for municipal taxes, and total income tax exceptions. On tourism, last year we received 3.2 million international visitors, leaving 2,862 million of income. On tourism, because we are booming, there is a lot of opportunities for companies that dedicate to this industry. We are missing to develop more hotel chains, more services related to tourism, to transportation, to tours, etc. Digital technologies and business processes, this is another opportunity that companies from India can take advantage of. Then, of course, Bitcoin. We know that India is going to create their own or your own legal currency or online currency. So for people that have invested on Bitcoin already and then you want to transfer your money to, or your Bitcoin money to the Indian online currency, it will be taxed at 30%. So in El Salvador, you don't need to pay any taxes for Bitcoin usage, so that's another great opportunity. I know that a lot of Indians have invested on Bitcoins, of course. Then logistics, that's another opportunity. We have 2 main ports, and we are trying to make them bigger, so that's another opportunity. Then manufacturing, textiles and apparels, pharmaceuticals, of course. We are looking for companies that want to invest in El Salvador to produce some specific products. So if you can approach me, we can talk about it. And well, thank you very much for this time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir. The next country that is going to present is Guyana. Guyana is the fast emerging as a regional leader in clean energy and natural resource management, with strong interest in agribusiness and food processing. Representing Guyana is His Excellency Mr. Dharam Kumar Seeraj. His Excellency is the Ambassador of Guyana to India with rich experience in agriculture, policy and governance. Let's welcome His Excellency Mr. Seeraj for his address. Over to you, sir.
Namaste. Buenos tardes, amigos. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me take this opportunity to express my appreciation for being a part of this wonderful forum, for being a guest of the Global India Business Forum, where we can all do our best to go into partnership, to sell our country, and to buy a part of India, more particularly Hyderabad. Guyana means land of many water. In our native language, Wapishiana. We have many rivers, many water resources. Our flag is the golden arrowhead. The arrow is actually supposed to be very pointed like a needle, like the one across there. And whilst we sit on the mainland, we're part of the Caribbean community. Caribbean, it's probably a little bit too big to fit on the board, but I'm certain for the third edition, we'll have the map of the Caribbean there when we do our third edition of the India-Latin American Caribbean Countries Business Conclave. First, in people of Indian origin, first Indian would have set foot in Guyana in 1838 because of sugar. And Indian indentured laborers would have replaced people of African origin who were taken by the colonial masters to Guyana, like so many other countries, to provide forced labor, slavery, for the production of sugarcane. With the abolition of slavery, the colonial masters would have tried using people from different places, including China and Europe, to replace the slaves, but they were found to be unsuitable for the harsh conditions that prevail in those days. And then they came to India, and the first boat would have set sail from I think it's the Ugly River in Calcutta, sailing across the ocean under terrible conditions and arriving on the 25th of May, 1838, on the shores of Guyana. So our country have a very strong agriculture background. Rice and sugar would have been the basis of our economy until recently. And as you can see on the slide that I've presented there, in recent times, we have experienced tremendous amount of growth in our economy. And that is not surprising because we would have discovered oil just around the 2014 period, and from 2014, 2015 to now, our potential in barrel equivalent is 11 billion of oil. And it has replaced rice and sugar as our major export earner. Our GDP per capita show tremendous increase over that short period of time, and oil itself would have contributed to this fact. Foreign direct investment also, and if you look there, would have risen from just about $1,800 to $7 billion, $198 million in a short period of time. We expect our oil production to reach just about 2 billion barrels per day by 2030, which is a significant increase. And we are known right now in Guyana as the fastest growing economy known in the world. And in terms of the oil sector, it is proven that Guyana oil sector has developed the fastest in recent times. We present Guyana to you as a country where you have multifaceted opportunities to make investment. Our government crafts its policy environment around three basic pillars. One is food security. Two, we are looking at climate security, and thirdly, we are looking at energy security. So whilst we are doing our best to exploit this new frontier of oil, all our income is going towards the establishment of an infrastructure that will lay the basis for continuous growth in our economy in a non-oil environment. To this end, we're making major investment in agriculture infrastructure, in industry infrastructure, in health infrastructure, in education infrastructure, tourism, manufacturing, ICT, and different national project itself. We want to, as much as possible, to use the experiences of different countries who would have been in the oil business and to learn from their experiences to avoid the dust disease at all costs. Today, we are inviting investment in the area of estate type of agriculture. We have significant investment from Brazil in soybean. We have significant investment with rice. Most of our rice scientists themselves would have received training in India. At our rice research station, we have 5 scientists with PhD. All of them would have received their PhD training from India itself. So the human resources factor, India is contributing tremendously towards this development. We have a significant amount of Indian companies currently involved in our energy sector. Only 2 days ago, an Indian company signed a contract for $221 million to upgrade our electricity transmission and distribution network. This was essentially needed because our energy sector, the loss that we would have occurred in transmission alone was about 1/3 of what we produce. We are using also different skill set from different areas to look at developing tourism that is a little bit different from the countries of the Caribbean itself. So, you know, in the Caribbean, we like to promote sun, sand, and sea. We have a lot of beaches in Guyana, but the water is not so clear, like in Trinidad, for example, or Jamaica, or Barbados. So we promote a different kind of tourism, which is linked to the environment, to be called eco-tourism itself. We promote our rainforests, our black waters of our rivers. We promote Kaitro Falls, which is we consider it the world's highest single drop waterfall. And we try to promote tourism with this kind of slant. We have a resort station that is called Ayokrama, and a huge area of the Amazon basin there is designated for research and development in environmental conservation. Today we are also trying to promote medical tourism with a significant amount of human resources development support and assistance from India itself. This year alone we'll complete the construction of 8 new hospitals. We're looking towards India to support us with the human resources because for the health sector it's not only the building of these hospitals but also staffing is required. We have strong relations and trade right now with pharmaceuticals, especially from Hyderabad, and we will seek to develop this more as we go along. Our manufacturing and industries have not done so well traditionally because of the cost of energy. We have the highest cost of energy in the Western Hemisphere, and we're not proud of that, but with our current gas to energy project, which we're targeting to produce 300 megawatts, we expect to bring down the cost of our energy by 50%. Our energy mix will consist of natural gas, solar, and here a lot of companies from India is involved in providing support there, also in development of solar energy. We have Amelia Falls, which is a hydroelectric project that we are looking at, and also wind energy. We have targeted an area that is called Hope Beach for the establishment of wind farm. And we have, of course, our national project, which we looked at there. So in terms, we have a dollarized economy also, but it's the Guyana dollar, not the US dollar. So we recognizing that we need a lot of investment in Guyana, the government of Guyana would have established one office that is dedicated towards making life easy for investors. It's called the Guyana Office for Investment, where you can go make, depending on the nature of the investment that you're looking for, and you will be directed to different desks where they will try to satisfy all the questions that you will want to ask, and we're trying to provide an environment for you to experience a decent return on your investment. There are, of course, the general incentives that we give. There are the specific incentives that are available, and we have special incentives where we're trying to promote, of course, agriculture, energy, and tourism. And of course, our tax regime is structured in such a way so as to help us to accomplish our broad-based goal of climate security, energy security, and food security. And we invite you, of course, to contact us, to contact our Office for Investment, so that we can make life easy for you to make investment in Guyana. We don't have a lot of people there, just about 800,000. We have a significant landmass, 214,000 square kilometers, or 93,000 square miles. We have the potential for, as I said, agriculture development of a plantation type, and we want to welcome you to join with us in realizing our true potential as an English-speaking country based on the mainland of South America with established links to Brazil. You can practically walk across from Guyana to Brazil and also to the other countries. We currently have a ferry service operating between Guyana and Surinam. By the end of this year, Guyana and Surinam will start a project to build a bridge across the Quarantine River that will link Guyana with Surinam by road, hence through Brazil, the entire Latin America. And we are trying to establish also Guyana as a hub like Panama for air traffic. By June, we expect to have direct flights by KLM from India, Amsterdam, Georgetown. We're currently doing, most of the flights go through Port of Spain from Amsterdam to Georgetown. So we hope to make other routes available, working with airlines and working with the government of India. You know, we believe that in going south, we should go south rather than, go north just to go back south. The shortest distance between 2 points, I was told 100 years ago in school, is a straight line. Currently now, for me to cut to India, I have to go north, go further north, then come down back south. It is not a straight line, but that's the way it is structured historically, and we need to change the status quo. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for allowing me this opportunity to present Guyana to you, and we are available to take any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. The next country presentation that we will be having is Jamaica. Jamaica is a Caribbean leader in renewable energy, organic farming, and sustainable tourism, offering great potential for Indo-Caribbean partnerships. Representing Jamaica is His Excellency Mr. Jason K.M. Hall. His Excellency is the High Commissioner of Jamaica to India, focused on driving technology, trade and education collaborations. May I now invite His Excellency to deliver his presentation. Over to you, sir.
It's always a challenge to come last. But before we start, I want to ask everybody to stand up and give a round of applause for everyone that has come before, please. You'll forgive me for that. I was a little disingenuous. The truth is, my mother is here, and I want to take a picture and show her that I got a standing ovation. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be here in Hyderabad. I want to thank GIBF for making it such a special trip. Please allow me to show you, actually, in the interest of time, I think I'm going to forego the video. I'm going to leave it to you to come and see Jamaica, because even though a picture says 1,000 words, there's nothing like the reality. So, as we've heard today, we face truly uncertain times. There's climate change, there's pandemics, multiple conflicts, disruptions to supply chain, and more recently, adverse aspects of US trade policy. These all call for contingency planning, devising alternatives, innovation in our approach, and fashioning a strategic outlook. Events such as these today go some way in achieving that. So I reiterate commendation to GIBF, but I want to make a special commendation to you all here for being present, because you are the true pioneers, if you will. You exhibit one of the greatest qualities in successful business, which is vision and forward thinking. And your being here to learn more about our region is a testament to that. There's a general paucity of awareness of our region in India, and we're always grateful for opportunities to generate more awareness. I'm often reminded of this paucity when encountered on the street and people look at my flag and say, "Ah, Africa." And I say, no, Jamaica is not in Africa, but Africa is in Jamaica, right next to India. Because truth be told, that is exactly what the case is. Jamaica is a truly unique and confounding place. It's roughly the size of Tripura, home state of the governor, India's second smallest state, and we have a population of about just shy of 3 million, 30 lakh. And I often say that there are 3 million Jamaicans on island, 3 million Jamaicans off island by way of our diaspora, and 33 million made in Jamaica, because we are the #1 honeymoon destination in the world. We're classified as a small island developing state, but that's where the use of the word small stops. This is due to our globally sized footprint, stamped indelibly on the world by our culture, which is expressed in our legacy of excellence in sport, as well as our musical output. You've heard much about each country's diversity, and it is, after all, a very diverse region. But Jamaica is a truly diverse place. In this small place, you'll find levels of diversity packed like no other. Just driving 5 miles from the beach to the mountains, you'll drive through 4 different micro-ecosystems. We'll see diversity in our topography, in our ethnicity, and as well in the range of options for investment. Our small size versus our output is a marvel in human experience. Over a third of the total medals ever won in the sprint events of international competition, Olympics and World Championship, were won by Jamaicans or athletes born in Jamaica or of Jamaican parentage. The range of opportunities for investment are no less impressive. These would include logistics, alternative energy, tourism, outsourcing, agribusiness, medical services, manufacturing, mining, education, infrastructure, and of course film. How many of you here are aware of the fact that James Bond was born in Jamaica? Thank you. You are aware of everything. Yes, James Bond might be a fictional character, but Ian Fleming wrote the novel series in Jamaica and derived his inspiration from that beautiful Jamaican experience to come up with the character James Bond. And in fact, the first film in the franchise, Dr. No, and the last film, the latest film, No Time to Die, were both shot in Jamaica. Testament to such an amazing destination for film that we are. But allow me to expound a little on agriculture. I hear much talk about bananas and sugarcane, but would you know Jamaica is the first commercial exporter of bananas in the world? Exactly. There's something Darwinian, there's a Darwinian aspect to our agricultural output, something about the unique conditions, the regular rainfall filtered by limestone, rich volcanic soil, and abundant sunshine, all combine to give you the finest rum, which is geographically indicated, I might add, the finest coffee, yes, Colombia, I said it, the finest coffee, Blue Mountain coffee. Anything that grows in Jamaica does so amazingly. Almost 200 years ago, when Indians first came to our region, they came to Jamaica, and with them they brought a whole host of flora and fauna. Among them, they brought mangoes. And my favorite mango here in India is the Alfonso. We have it in Jamaica too. It's called the Bombay mango. But whereas your Alfonso is this big, in Jamaica, an Alfonso is this big. And that's testament to what happens in our beautiful island. Our national motto is out of many, one people. As you've heard, we have African, we have Indian, we have Chinese, we have European, everything. I think I'm a personal manifestation of all of those ethnicities in one. But out of all of that, out of the many reasons that I've listed, there's one mega value proposition. And it's predicated on our location, which is strategically at the center, at the crossroads of north-south and east-west trade routes. We have an extremely friendly, business-friendly ecosystem, a readily available workforce, first-class infrastructure by air, road, and sea. In fact, 4 centuries ago, Jamaica was the maritime center of the Western Hemisphere. Any of you ever heard of Pirates of the Caribbean? Pirates of the Caribbean were based in Port Royal, which is just outside of Kingston, and it was the maritime capital of the world. Why? Because of that strategic geographic location. So we're not only a leading destination for investment, but we're also a leading destination to visit. We have a very significant Indian population, as you've heard, with several Indian businesses spanning multiple sectors. But here's the coup de grace, and it is that there is no visa requirement for holders of Indian passports to come to Jamaica. I'm going to say it again so you can clap. There is no visa requirement for Indians. And to get to Jamaica, you have over 700 international flights weekly, calling 3 international airports. And the routes include via the USA, via Canada, via various European ports such as Germany, Holland, Turkey even, or you can go through the UK. So I'm going to be very Usain Bolt-like in my presentation today, and that is quick, effective, and hopefully in a world record compared to everybody else. And I want to thank GIBF for making this possible for us to come and share with you. In our life, in our role as diplomats, G to G, government to government, is a critical aspect of our day-to-day work. So too is B to B. And within that, you also have B to G and G to B. And we, of course, in Jamaica, appreciate the P to P, the person to person. But what I really, really, really look forward to is the H to H, the heart to heart. So, from the country of one love, we stand ready to welcome you firsthand, the wealth of experiences, of beautiful settings, amazing business prospects that await you. Jamaica stands ready as the gateway for Indian innovation to the entire region. Jai Hind, Jai Jamaica. One love.
Thank you so much, sir. So before moving ahead, we would like to inform the business delegates present that the next session that we will be having is the last session for the day. So post that, we will be conducting the B2B networking meetings with the ambassadors. So at that time, I would request every delegate to please move outside in the food area. You can enjoy the high tea. Till then, we can do the seating arrangements in this area. So let's move on to the last presentation for the day. That is Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is a strong services and manufacturing economy with growth in agri-food systems, solar energy, and industrial parks. Representing Dominican Republic is Mr. Fernando Miguel Chavez Miega. He is the Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of the Dominican Republic, actively promoting trade and cultural linkages with India. I now invite him for his country presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, I have the challenge, the last one. So first of all, on behalf of the government and the people of the Dominican Republic, thank you very much for this invitation. So I will going to try to do fast, please. If you decide to do business in the Dominican Republic, your office could be just next to the beach. Thank you very much. Now I will go to show another video because probably when we speak about the Dominican Republic, the first thing that comes to your mind is our beaches, the Dominican rum, the merengue, the bachata, Juan Luis Guerra. But now I will show a small video why do business in the Dominican Republic.
The land that makes your dreams come true. We are the logistic hub of the Caribbean, connected with the world by air, sea, and land. We are connected with all parts of the country by highways and an outstanding telecommunications network. Our trade agreements open doors to the best levels of production. Raw materials reign with the charm and passion of a nation committed to sustainable growth. We have legal security and guaranteed legal protection. We are faithful advocates of a favorable business environment, transparent, fair, and equal for all. With miles of beaches and natural resources that are capable of transforming any reality into a marvel. We are very privileged. Our safe and investment ecosystem places us in the eye of the world. A land full of opportunities that works with passion for its ideas and wants to be a part of your future. Invest in Dominican Republic.
So I don't have nothing more to add. I'm just going to change this word. I don't want to say the Dominican Republic. I just want to say to all of you that our region, the Latin American and Caribbean country, serve as a strategic gateway for the global expansion of the all Indian company. Thank you very much.
So we are towards the end of this session. Actually, we had planned a panel discussion, but due to short of time, I don't think so we can take the panel discussion now, because still we have the networking meets. Many businessmen want to meet and have discussions with the diplomats. So before we'll be having a tea break. So after that, we'll be setting up the tables. We'll be keeping each country flags on each table. So according to that, you can just have a discussion, and this is going to be, this will continue till 6:15. So make it short so that everyone gets a chance. So we are towards the end, and I thank all the diplomats, ambassadors, high commissioners who have spared their time from their busy schedules and come here, have done beautiful presentations for the business opportunities. And I conclude this and extend my gratitude towards all of you. I thank all the delegates who are the part of today's event. I thank all our title sponsors, co-sponsors for being generous. Because of you, this event is successful. Thank you so much. So now we just will have a 10-minute break so that we set up the tables. So just give us 10 minutes. So that we'll set up the tables, and then you all can come and have our discussions with the ambassadors. Thank you.
Hello. I request all the business delegates except the dignitaries, ambassadors, that please go to the food area. Please have the high tea. Till then we can do all the table arrangements over there so that we can start the B2B meetings as soon as possible. You will be given a good amount of time for networking till 6:30. I request all the business delegates once again that can you please proceed to the food area so that we can start the arrangements for the B2B meetings. Excuse me, ma'am. Shashwat?